R18 and R19, you say?
Yes.
Those are soil deposit permit applications.
Okay. Thank you.
That looked a little better.
We've lost Director Acton's video.
She probably just stepped away.
If you did for IP, I'm
Wow, that was really garbled audio, Director Acton.
Oh.
Good to go.
Thank you. I would like to welcome everyone to the regular Electoral Area Services Committee meeting of July 15th. My name is Ian Morrison. I'm the chair for today's meeting. Just to run through some preliminary information, and I just wanted to note that this meeting, and we're gathered in various locations of the territories of the Coast Salish, and I think Director Coons and Hulkaminum speaking are in Michilnath speaking territory. I'd like to remind everyone to turn off any of your electronic devices that may intercede, but if you keep your mic muted, we won't hear them, only you will. Just to remind everyone, we will be doing our votes by show of hand, and also to get the chair's attention to be put on a speakers list for an item. Like to ask staff to keep their video and audio off until such time when they're called upon or want to get the chair's attention to contribute something. I'd like to ask, I've had input from people watching the video that directors are front and center and make themselves clearly visible on the screens and speak up when they have the floor and go to speak, that you speak clearly. And I will be looking to try and squeeze in a break at around 60 minutes. These can be very uncomfortable seats, but we have a very long agenda, so I'd like your cooperation, and perhaps we can work together to get through this in not too long of a time. I'd like to remind everyone that's watching that may want to participate in question period that they can send questions through to all one word, legislative services at cvrd.bc.ca. And just to note that there's an awful lot of people that are in our waiting room. There is a lot for our legislative services staff to stick handle in bringing people into the meeting and out of the meeting. So I will not be holding the host role. We've got our staff to act in the host role, but I would just remind everyone with the number of people that are on board that if I do call order, that that's a signal for everyone to stop speaking until we can get everything straightened away. And for process-wise, we will have staff introducing the item. Then directors can ask questions of staff. Then we will go to an applicant if they're present to add whatever they would like to add if they have anything to add, and then questions to the applicant from directors, and then we will entertain a resolution. So are we all clear on what we're doing today? Looks like we're all clear. So before us, we have item 1, approval of the agenda. Director Yanni, I'll go to Ms. Harrison first.
Thank you, Mr. Morrison, or Chair Morrison, sorry. I just wanted to note that we have 2 supplementals. Actually, for item R6, there's a supplemental correspondence. And for item R10, there are 6 supplemental items of correspondence that are included in your agenda.
Thank you very much. I saw Director Yanni DiNardo raise a hand. Director Yanni DiNardo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to pull R21. As the director, I needed more information on this and some more details. So I would like to, and I have a lot of questions for staff that I need to check in with. So I'd like to pull R21, please, if I could.
So direction to pull R21, and that coming back at the next EASC meeting would be sufficient?
Sufficient, yes.
So could I have a motion to approve the agenda as amended? Moved by Director Haim, seconded by Director Kuhn. Is there any discussion on the agenda before us? It's a long one. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Are there any opposed? See none opposed, motion carries. Next item is, I may as well just carry the ball on this, Ms. Harrison, is adoption of the minutes of our meeting of June the 17th, 2020. The recommendation is that the minutes of the Electoral Area Services Committee meeting of June 17th, 2020 be adopted. Do we have a mover? Moved by Director Yanni Denarda, seconded by Director Smith. Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Are there any opposed? I see none opposed. The motion carries. Ms. Harrison, do you know of any business arising from the minutes?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There is none.
Thank you. Then we go to item 4 on the agenda, public input period. And is that going to be you, Ms. Harrison, or Ms. Legault?
Thank you, Chair Morrison. It's actually myself, and we have 4 items of public input. Allow me just to start the timer, and I shall go.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Okay, the first item of public input is from Cliff Evans, and it reads, Mr. Chair, I'm Cliff Evans from Shawnigan Lake. On today's agenda are 5 applications, R16 to R20, for Class C soil deposit permits, which allows quantities of more than 1,000 cubic meters of soil to be deposited per year. The soil is usually transported by large dump trucks with pulp trailers. The soil can at times be very heavy if it's wet, and it can cause damage to some roads that are not built for constant use of heavy trucks turning on and off of public or strata roads. The noise, dust, traffic can be very disturbing to local residents if it is in close proximity to a residential neighborhood. I don't know of anyone that would want to live next door to a soil deposit operation, yet it happens. When approving Class C soil deposit sites, the EASC committee should consider the social aspect and how it would affect the neighborhood. Are there school children using the access roads? Does the dust or traffic keep the children from walking or bicycling on the side of the road? Most of the trucks come over the Malahat, so Saturday soil depositing should not be allowed, as the weekend tourist traffic causes congestion and slow-moving trucks compound the situation. Neighbors to the soil deposit sites also need a rest from the noise of these operations on the weekend. R16 is in a strata on Goldstream Heights. Many residents of the strata don't want this site down their road. The heavy equipment causes rapid deterioration of the roads, which were never built for constant heavy traffic. The strata owners don't want to put up with this. No soil dump site should be able to go into a strata unless the strata agrees to have it. In fact, one resident stated that the strata rules say absolutely no dumping or fill sites. How could a soil deposit permit even be considered in a strata that forbids fill sites? R17 is a soil deposit site just off of Stebbings Road. Why the address for Shawnigan Lake Road? This is the same owner that had his soil slide into the completely blocked Van Horn Creek. This site is a Ministry of Environment registered contamination fill site in 2012. Has this site been completely remediated? Is there MOE documentation stating this? 24 seconds left. R18 and R19 are on Souk Lake Road. The road is damaged from heavy vehicles constantly using it. The road was never designed to take the volume and weight of traffic that it's been subject to. There have been many complaints of turbidity of the water leaving these sites. The storm water clarification system needs to be installed, and rigorous monitoring should take place, sampling the water not only for turbidity but the full range of metals and hydrocarbons. And I'm out of time. Okay. Accept and start. The next input is from Kevin Glass. And it reads, Mr. Chair, I'm Kevin Glass from Stonecrest Strata on Goldstream Heights Road. Unfortunately, I don't have a computer reception, so Mr. Evans is writing this for me. I have read Mr. Evans' comments for today's meeting and absolutely agree with them. I would also like to add when our 12 strata members purchased our properties, we signed on to an agreement we couldn't dump soil or anything else in our strata. For the record, I would like the CVRD to note that there have been tree stumps and other biodegradable material already dumped on the proposed site. This has been witnessed by many of our strata members. This material was covered and is rotting, causing a horrible stench. This is not acceptable, and we don't want any further so-called soil dumped at this site. Please do not approve this soil deposit permit application R16, which is before you today. Thanks very much, Kevin Glass. The next one is from Brent Osborne, and it reads, to Mr. Chair, I, Brent Osborne of Shawnigan Lake, BC, would like to ask that the permits for R18 and R19 be denied. I have made several complaints to the CVRD bylaw enforcement, Ministry of Environment, Fisheries, and my concern is the turbidity and the contaminants flowing into Shawnigan Lake from these sites by small creeks and overland during rain events is substantial. Also, the road leading to these areas was never intended to have such heavy trucks on of this size and weight. The danger of someone being injured is of great concern to myself and others living in this area. I think these concerns alone should be enough to have the permits denied at this time, so further investigation of these concerns are looked into. Thank you. And let's see, how much more time do we have? 9 minutes left, okay. The next one is from Susan Kaufman, and it reads, good afternoon, Mr. Chair. I would like to provide commentary on R3, the Barnjum Road Development Permit application. At the May 6, 2020 EASC meeting, 6 out of 8 people spoke to this application at public input, signaling a strong public interest to the protection and preservation of the sensitive wetlands contained within the subject property. The EASC is considering this application without the benefit of the Area E APC. Given the interest is not best practice to refer this application now that the board has approved the APCs to meet virtually. This would provide the applicant's staff and directors to hear from the public. As adjacent property owners, we were concerned to hear that water sampling was required and the results have not yet been received. What generates the need for this testing, and is there a concern for our water supply? The delays in moving this application are not attributed solely to the recent staffing problems. Wetlands are considered the canary in the coal, I assume mine, in the face of climate change. They store and release water in times of drought. The CVRD has recognized the importance of these lands through covenants and land acquisition. If the application requires a relaxation of 10% of the road frontage to accommodate maximum lot yield, is the ask too big? In the very least, please refer this application to the APC so that the public knows you are listening. You have the ability to be proactive. Susan Kaufman, Sackman. And that is all. There's still 7 minutes left. Do you want me to finish Cliff Evans' letter? Or?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. So I left off at R18 and R19 are on Souk Lake Road. The road is damaged from heavy vehicles constantly using it. The road was never designed to take the volume and the weight of the traffic that it's been subjected to. There have been many complaints. Okay, we read that part. Shawnigan Lake is only a few kilometers away and has had plumes of mud enter it almost every time. There is a Hawaiian breast rainstorm come through our watershed. The nutrients that come with the mud plume contribute to the milfoil, algae blooms, and poor quality of potable water. We never used to get mud plumes entering the lake before we started creating soil fill sites, so they need to be denied or operated in an environmentally friendly way and be closely monitored. The monitoring of these soil deposit sites should be proactive and not always have to be complaint driven by the public. Good management of the soil deposit sites only makes common sense for a harmonious relationship with the public. Thank you, Cliff Evans. And that's all I have for public input.
Thank you, Ms. Harrison. Seeing no other input, we would go to our next item on the agenda, which is delegations. And I would like to welcome Mr. Lowe. Keen interest in what you're bringing forward to us today. And you have 10 minutes for your presentation. Will you be providing us with the presentation on screen?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I can provide a PowerPoint.
If you have the ability to share screen, then please proceed. Just a note that when you've done your presentation, if there may be questions from the committee, you'll have to lower your presentation so I can see who the committee the members are that would like to ask you questions. So please proceed.
Okay, I'll push start. So you said 10 minutes, right?
Yep.
Okay. So I just wanted to introduce our society that we have organized, and there's an organization of people in the Cowichan Valley who are beekeepers. However, having said that, I would say probably less than 1 in 4 beekeepers in our area are part of our organization. There's a lot of beekeeping going on in the Cowichan Valley that is not part of our society, but we're trying to encourage more members all the time so that we can promote better bee health. This is just sort of like where I'm trying to head with this presentation is who we are, introduction, urban beekeeping, and about food security, why this is important, beekeeping terminology and what makes healthy beekeeping. And that's a longer conversation, but I can touch on some of that. And some of the community services we do. And working together with the CBRD in terms of what kinds of activities and supports we can offer to the CBRD as well. So I'm just gonna not read everything on here, but just to give you an idea, is that what we're trying to do is connect more people, not just children, but adults, to the environment around them. And making those connections is really important to our environment because people become more understanding of the land around them. Essentially, that's what that's about. And developing skills, for example, in the picture you see a couple of children woodworking, for example. So they're developing skills not just at schools, but also in their backyard. Beekeepers fall into a variety of different kinds of categories. By the way, can I ask, can you see what's on my screen? Perfect. Okay, thank you. And I'm assuming you can hear me too. Okay.
I can hear you as well.
Oh, thank you. So residentially zoned land is the concern, and the reason why I'm here today is because often that for some landowners in residential lands, beekeeping is not part of their permitted uses, and yet those are some of the areas that are quite productive. And it sounds really bizarre, but bees actually shape the fertility of the soil. If you think about it, a bee pollinates a particular kind of plant, and that plant fixes nitrogen in soil. And so instead of just dirt and infertile land, the bees are really important at making that soil fertile. So it's a big circular kind of part that if we're restricting residential lands from not having bees, we're also making that land more unenvironmentally friendly. And it's really important for not just backyard food production, but bees are an important part of that vegetation as well to help the vegetation and people feed themselves. So that's basically the part that I wanted to talk about, the residential zone. There's also a variety of other benefits, including suppliers, retailers, and major honey producers. But what I'm talking about is backyard beekeeping in residentially zoned areas and why that's important. It's a hobby. It's connecting the environment in a meaningful way, and it's growing our agriculture and capacity in people to understand what we need to do here in the Cowichan Valley to be a productive land. So food security, just a picture basically, urban beekeeping and food security. This goes back a ways, but I got this quote from a website, but basically in the 1950s, we used to produce 85% of our land. And essentially that's a lot less than it is today. And so it's not just about having more agricultural land, it's about understanding how to use it in an effective way. And honeybees are an important part of that. I'm going to move down into, I notice my time is down to 4 minutes, so I'm just going to keep moving down a bit farther to make sure I get to my major point. So backyard beekeeping, I talked about, it keeps us connected to environment. It's community connections and skills. It's working together and understanding how when bees are reacting badly to the environment, there's a potential health issues for us as well. And they help us see things like toxins in our environment that bees can help us do that as well. Because if they're getting sick, then that's a potential issue for us as well. I went over this just a minute ago, but basically backyard beekeeping is important for some of the lands that where houses now sit were important part of food production, and now they're under, but you can still grow stuff on that land. Zoning language. So we're strongly encouraging that zoning language include residential use of beekeeping. I want to talk about two things, in the hive and the nucleus hive. And the reason why is because when we're talking about zoning language, there's a difference in what they look. So for example, I can't, in my room, I can show you later, but basically a 5-frame nuke is important to the hive, because what happens in the winter time, if you see this diagram on the side, is that standard loss in the winter is 50% of the hives die. So if this one dies, you've got a hive, you can split the hive, create a couple of nukes, and then the nukes are small hives, and you can create another hive. So if you have language that provides for people to be able to make their own bees, then you're not importing from places like New Zealand and importing disease. And that's the biggest problem we have today. A lot of the bees, most of the bees, are being imported. They closed down the border with the United States because so many pathogens and viruses and bacterias are coming from importing bees. So if you allow beekeepers to have a hive and make nucleus hives where queens can go in each one of them, and then you can make more hives, then what happens is you don't end up in a situation where you're importing bees and bringing things to our area, which is making our bees more unhealthy. So I'm going to skip down to the next one, I hope. Not switching pages here. Okay, so the reason why I'm showing this is an example of zoning language that's more progressive. So this is a village of Cumberland. And this just came in, I can't remember the date is on it, but they're permitting, even in high density areas, 2 beehives and 2 nukes, that's nucleus hives, small hives, on rooftops. So when I'm talking about, and the reason for that is it allows beekeepers, like if they lose a regular sized beehive, they can replenish their stocks and even share with others. And a small nucleus hive does not have many bees, so you're not increasing the number of proportion of insects flying in the neighborhood, for example. So that's why the language of nukes is nucleus hives are important. So I believe that if you put a barrier like you see in this picture, the bees fly up and over. So it's not an issue, right? Even pretty close to a fence. And I'll probably switch after, but basically, I found 1 meter to be plenty, but I noticed that that Burnaby and Duncan zoning language listed as 2 meters away from a fence. Actually, I think Duncan doesn't even have a distance from the flyway. If as long as there's a flyway barrier of 6 feet, there is no distance in some of the language. But anyways, um, I had a discussion with lots of the um, beekeepers at our club. Some of them believe that all of them believe it's doable. They're concerned about some beekeepers abusing residential uh, backyard beekeeping, like having like lots of hives, and concerned about no guidelines, and that people complaining about bees are getting afraid of bees and giving beekeepers a bad name. Whereas some beekeepers believe there should be not any zoning restrictions, and it should say something like backyard beekeeping is allowed. So there's a whole variety of opinions, but my personal thing is that I think if you have a 6 foot flyway barrier, either 1 to 2 feet either side of the hive, and about 1 meter away from a fence with a 6 foot barrier, that that it should be just fine. And I thought it was also wise to, because even us as couch and beekeepers, we don't. It's supposed to be registered with the apiculture branch, and there is a government. It's free. It doesn't cost any money. But what it does is, if there's a disease in the area, the Ministry of Apiculture notifies everybody who's registered, like what's going on, so that there's at least a tracking system what's going on. So that would be important, I would think. Um, so registration. I'm just going back to my stopwatch here. Anyways, so those are the key parts. So it's important to have healthy bees and backyard beekeeping. And I can speak more to zoning people if they would like some help formulating language, or know more about beekeeping, so that when they're formulating language, they can get to the core of what's there. And I believe that's all the time I have.
Thank you, Mr. Lowe. I found that to be quite fascinating. Learned a little bit today. And would you be prepared to take a question or two from the board or from the committee?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. So I've got Director Yanni DiNardo, Wilson, Haim, Acton. Anybody else? Okay, Director Yanni DiNardo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Mr. Lowe, I'd like to thank you, Ian. That was a very good presentation. I think that it is really important, and especially at this time that we are doing the harmonization of our official community plans, and that we have signed on to food security. And this is a good education. Not only have I learned today, which I understood this food security, but the soils as well is so important. So I'd like to thank you for your presentation and introducing it to us and educating us. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Director Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Ian. That was really interesting. And I've listened to other presentations by your association in previous times, and I've always enjoyed them. I'm fairly certain that here in our place in Cobble Hill, that I've got a couple of acres, and we've got what seems to be a very healthy bee population, and that's great. So one of the things that I've noticed is that I have heard that your association looks for quiet areas for wintering of your hives. Two questions here. First of all, is that still the case? Are you still looking for wintering locations on large quiet areas? And secondly, you mentioned funding. If you're an association, I'd be more than happy to contribute some funds towards you from the grant in aid. So if you could answer those two, that'd be great.
Originally on the back part, we were looking for funding for helping people understand more about bees and beekeeping specifically. There's a lot of people who are not part of an organization, and their education, even though they have bees, is quite low, which could be a concern for not just bee health, but also maybe giving beekeepers a bad name because, I don't know, their bees are maybe a bit aggressive. I haven't actually seen that, but so it looks it's how would you say, for us it's more a question of bee health. For example, there's an outbreak of bacteria. It's called American foul brood on the Saanich Peninsula right now, and it has the potential of wiping out all the bees in the area. Uh, as long as but if it's controlled and handled in a quick way, it goes away. And the only people that get those notifications are those people who are registered through the BC Apiculture branch. So it's important they're registered with the ministry. In terms of wintering locations, I know people used to, for example, I'm actually from Fort St. John way back when I grew up, and I grew up on an apiary, and people used to winter bees on Vancouver Island, for example. I'm not aware of that as a wintering ground idea anymore. I know you need permits to move your bees, but I'm not aware of the wintering kind of idea. But yeah, we do having funds for education, even participating in the couch and exhibition, getting things together for pamphlets would be helpful for sure.
Okay, I'll get in contact with you later on during the week.
Thank you.
Director Hayden.
Thank you. Just two questions. Number one, with regards to the flyway barrier, is that kind of meant for day-to-day channeling, if you want to call it, of the bees, or in the case of swarming? And the second question, on one of your slides, you made a statement that this is a litigation matter. And
Yes.
I just wonder if you could comment on that.
So, one of the members that I know of that made that comment was he's the former RCMP officer. He didn't think, and I don't know how right he is, but he felt that that this zoning language should just say beekeeping is allowed, and if somebody's got a concern, then that would be a litigation issue. I don't really understand that, but that's what he was saying. So I what I'm saying is that in that slide before is that I'm not trying to represent all the beekeepers. There's all kinds of different opinions out there, and my idea is that a flyway barrier, what it does, it pushes the bees up and over. If they are flying over somebody's backyard, they will definitely be above height of your head, and it is in the language of, I don't know if I can share the screen, but in the I have from a website in Burnaby where they have actually a pamphlet, for example, where it talks about some of the zoning language and things beekeepers can do to be more friendly to their backyard beekeeping neighbors, for example. And that would be part of the funding that would be good. Like we could just hand out, you've got bees, here you go. You're registered, here you go. These are things that you should look after.
Wonderful. Thank you.
I've got Director Acton, then myself. Director Acton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Lowe, for your presentation. I think the whole beekeeping is really interesting, and we could listen to your presentation all day because they are such an interesting hobby. But I guess I've spoken to quite a few beekeepers and people on both sides of the bee issue. I'm thinking we spoke before as well, and I think that's where I'm glad you brought up the wording for the zoning. So I just want to make sure that it sounds like you're going to make sure that you bridge that gap with staff. But if you haven't been talking to them already, I'd just like to make sure today that you're able to make that connection so that you can help with the wording with our new OCP coming forward.
I spoke to one staff member, and I'm not sure exactly which staff member I need to speak to, but that would be helpful to know who I could speak to, or who would like to speak to me, sort of thing. So
right, and I think you would be integral for helping with the.
Oh, I'd love to.
Yeah, to help with the wording on that. So, Mr. Chair, how would we make sure that happens? Just direct the management of land use services.
I think
Mr. Lowe.
I think staff have got a clear indication that we're interested, and I'm sure they will reach out. I'm sure Mr. Limshu's taking notes.
Thank you. Thanks, Ian.
Thank you.
And next on the list, you know, this is a great presentation, and it's not to bring light of comparison, but backyard bees and backyard chickens have a lot more in common than one might think. I see Director Yanni Donardo chuckling. I've had a scenario where had tiff between neighbors, and that you know, one neighbor was keeping bees and legitimately had every right to, and there was an issue with neighbor having allergies, and while the vast majority of what was causing discomfort for one of the neighbors wasn't the honeybees next door. I think your mention of education is very important. So I appreciate Director Wilson's comment about you know, assisting, because I think that there's a lot of education could go on out there in the community amongst people. So what plans do you have? Because you can't. There's no fairs, there's no agricultural exhibitions, there's none of that going on under COVID-19. Do you have other means of getting your message out there?
There's a couple of things I'd like to add to your note about the education. We had one person complaining about bee poop on their windows, but yet their husband was doing salmon right below their windows, and it was actually fly poop, not bee poop. So there's your education there too. And we can even send in samples and stuff. The Ministry of Agriculture offers all kinds of services we can use, but um, we are currently hosting we're only allowed to have 49 in one location. We actually meet at the hub every month. People can join us. That's part of people are education for actual beekeepers. But in terms of offering, we have a website which we can share with this or get connected to the CBRD, and services and information that have to do with that in terms of educating the public, but also pamphlets that we can offer the CBRD as well, where yeah, how do you identify what kind of you're talking about bees, were they actually the right kind of bees? Right now, currently, there's 3 sightings unconfirmed of giant Asian hornet in like not far from Duncan. It's literally near Menzies Road and Old Lake Cowichan Highway. It's people are not able to identify what's there, and some of them are actually probably identifying what's there, but they don't actually know what they look like. So even having pamphlets that show how to identify particular kind of bees would be important. And I think pamphlets at this stage would be probably, or websites where they can visit to see that, and even some kind of interactive map, which I've been working on as well. So websites, a potential of an interactive map, and pamphlets to talk with the general public as well as beekeepers as well.
Thank you for that. And I will go to Director Nicholson to close, I believe. Director Nicholson.
Thank you. Yeah, beekeeping is so important, and I really appreciate the work that you're doing, Ian, and your association to make sure the community is more aware of the importance of bees. I am wondering, I had a conversation with Ms. Breen the other day about the growing list of things that we need addressed in our OCP. And she made a comment that it is helpful for her if there is an actual resolution that so it doesn't fall through the cracks. So I'm wondering if we should move that staff refer to the Beekeeping Association for input on beekeeping rule modernization.
Director Nicholson, that's not the appropriate means when responding to a delegation. I think we should give the staff an opportunity to come forward, but it's a policy that we don't create resolutions on the heels of a presentation by a delegation. So I think staff have heard that, and I know that staff are quite conversant in the beekeeping realm as far as, and I'm sure they'll reach out to Mr. Lowe. So that wouldn't be in order at this time. With that, I want to thank Mr. Lowe for coming and presenting to us today, and it was very informative, and everybody's giving you an air clap, and I thank you very much for that, and for appearing before us, and good luck with your work, and I'm sure that Director Wilson would like to hear from you if you're seeking funds for more education. So thank you very much for that, and appreciate you appearing before us today.
Thank you sincerely.
So I'm just realizing that I may have had, or I think many of us may have had an email sent to us in regards to the some public input, and I, I'll go to the committee and ask what your thoughts are. My understanding is that all of the directors received an email from Bernard Yerlink. So he's just asked why his input hasn't been read out, and my understanding is that we've all received it in advance of the meeting, and that I didn't know what the purpose of it being read out. If we've all had it, we've had the information. Is there any desire amongst the committee to go back and have Ms. Harrison read the email that we've all had an opportunity to review? I see Director Wilson. What you have a comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, my thoughts on this is that even though each of the directors has received a copy of that, it was presented by Mr. Yerlink for public input and should therefore be part of it.
So I will ask. I saw a couple of hands go up. So there, Director Wilson has indicated a thought. I saw Director Kuhn, or was it Director Haim? Ms. Harrison, help us, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As this email begins with a question, what is the committee's feeling of moving this to question period?
Yeah, that's a great point, because I read it as a question, and nowhere in the introduction do I see that he's asked it to be presented during the public input period. So I think that's a fair compromise, that it be referred to the question period. So you've got that email. So then let's proceed. My screen has just gone dark, so I don't know what the next item is. And I guess that brings us to correspondence.
Item C1, Mr. Chair.
Yes, so I'll read the recommendation that it be recommended to the board that a grant aid electoral area B Shawnigan Lake in the amount of $500 be provided to Malahat Legion Branch 134 to assist the Legion with purchases to ensure community and organizational health due to COVID-19 restrictions. I turn to the director for the area. Moved by Director Acton, seconded by Director Yanni DiNardo. Is there any discussion on this item? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Are there any opposed? I see none opposed. The motion carries. Item C2, Electoral Area C, Young Seniors Action Group, that it be recommended to the board that a grant aid Electoral Area C Cobble Hill in the amount of $300 be provided to the Young Seniors Action Group to assist in the replenishment of material stock after sowing. I think that, is it 1,700 masks or $1,700 worth of masks, and donating them to the Malahat Legion, who offered them free of charge to all area residents. So that has been turned to Director Wilson. Do you move that item?
Yes, Mr. Chair, and it is $1,700 worth of materials that they've used so far.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Seconded by Director Yanni DiNardo. Any discussion? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Are there any opposed? None opposed. That motion carries.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Director Salmon.
Yeah, I just reread the Bernie Yerlink email. The only concern I have with leaving it to a question period is that I think it's obviously intended for input relating to our decision coming up on soil bylaws. And I note that even though we did all get the email, we also got I believe Cliff Evans' email and had it read out as well. So I'm wondering, for consistency, maybe we should hear that email.
Well, technically speaking, the resolution we've gone through that segment of the meeting. I read it clearly differently than others, so I will do a straw poll of the committee of who would like to see us go back and have Mr. Yearlink's resolution read out. Raise your hand now. 1, 2, 3, 4, and those opposed. Oh, 5. So that motion carries. Ms. Harrison, would you please go back and you may as well read it in its entirety. I don't know how much time we have left, so we're going to reorder the agenda. We're going to take Mr. Yearlink's offering, and we will not include it in the question period at the end. So please proceed with Mr. Yearlink's email.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The email reads, Dear Chair, what is the point of having a regional drinking water and watershed protection function when your staff members ignore this function when making their recommendations? I have comments on 3 of the staff recommendations and would comment on more, but I have only 3 minutes. Number 1, R1 as an example. With recommendation R1, no consideration is being given whether the aquifer is capable of sustained production of 1,227 cubic meters per day required for development, excuse me, of an additional 394 lots in Mill Springs. I note that there has been a phase 1 water restriction in place by the Mill Bay Waterworks District as of May 1st. Number 2, R4. The staff recommend approval of this development application. However, the water quality testing by GW Solutions of the 6 wells on the 6 lots found 4 had manganese levels above the Canadian Drinking Water Quality Guidelines, 606, 261, 263, and 332 micrograms per liter, respectively, while a 5th one was at the borderline of 113 micrograms per liter. The guidelines state that manganese should not be above 120 micrograms per liter. The levels in the 4 wells are well above both the aesthetic and health guideline, and a 5th well approaches the upper limit of the health guideline. This should have been caught by staff. Another problematic aspect is that even after disinfectant procedures, 3 of the 6 wells had exceedances in total chloroforms. This suggests that the chloroform contamination is widespread in the aquifer being tapped. Also problematical is that the pump down tests showed that the recharge rate was slow. Despite all these issues, staff recommended approval of the development application. Number 3, this past May, Shawnigan Lake experienced an algae bloom that brought a nasty taste to the drinking water. Algae blooms in May are unusual. Algae blooms are due to excessive nutrients entering the lake. One source of such nutrients is runoff from landfill sites. Staff have recommended approval for the application of 5 soil deposit permits, with 1 R18 at 1855 Souk Lake Road, as well as another location on Souk Lake Road, R19. Both of these landfill sites contribute to the nutrient-containing sediments that ultimately enter Shawnigan Lake. Has Environmental Services been consulted prior to the staff's recommendation? Increased deposits of soils and fill will exacerbate the nutrient load entering Shawnigan Lake. The CVRD not only must consider the business needs of citizens, but also the effect of the business practices on the drinking water quality of citizens. Bernard Link, Mill Bay, BC.
Thank you, Ms. Harrison. We are now, I believe, through to, there's no information items. We are now at reports. Now, just before we proceed to reports, I understand from Director Smith that she's having some technical difficulties with her connection coming and going. You're good now, you say? Okay, we got the thumbs up from her that she's good now. So with that, I will proceed. Are we good to get into the reports now, or I guess we are. Okay, so R1, I will call on Mr. Lim. Oh, that's Mr. Dennison's presenting this one. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We also have Mr. Brian Farquhar. You've got two Brians here at your disposal, co-author of this report, and the developer Gerald Hartwig is online available as well. I'll try and keep this brief because you've got a long agenda ahead of you. We've had a request from the developer from Mill Springs via their consultant Fresco Building Efficiencies to deepen and test an existing old well that is located within CBRD Parks property within the Mill Springs development. The developer is two elements here. One is that they need to find more water in order to continue with their development. They've got about 267 units, I think, built out of 384, I believe the number is. And also there's a deficit because some of the previous wells aren't producing as much now as they were originally. So they need to find more water, and they're looking at this existing well within Parks property and seek to deepen it somewhat and then retest it. Now, it was recognized that, and also related with that, if the well is successful, that there would be other work. They would have to do some fencing as required by Island Health and provide access for Millbay Waterworks to access the well and do works as needed. The staff level has recognized that there's considerable value to the developer for this, eventually, if it works out. And also there would be, some significant impacts, fencing and road to the park access way, which is something the community often. So looking at that, we thought, well, in exchange for those benefits, we would look at two kind of phases of potential community benefits. One, first, is that in exchange for the right for just the drilling and testing of the well, that we would acquire or be granted a sewer force main on the developer's land that would allow our force main to run from Cary Village to the Mill Bay sewer system plant. Mill Springs plant, that'll be the future Mill Bay treatment plant to a connecting Cary Village. And then secondarily, if the well is acceptable and they wish to pursue it in the long term and use it long term for Mill Bay Waterworks, that a permanent statutory right-of-way in exchange for a permanent statutory right-of-way for their benefit, that we would be granted a portion of their lands that they now own that's around our treatment plant. And that would enable us to put in some screening and also a bit more buffer around the treatment plant and potentially some long-term considerations. So we've got there's lots of details in the report, and the letter from Fresco is attached, as well as other information that the directors may wish to look at, and we are available for questions right now.
Just quickly, did Mr. Farquhar have something to add to this, or were you the lead on this? Mr.
I'm the lead, but Mr. Farquhar usually has something to say. I'll leave it to him.
Do you have something to add, Mr. Farquhar? Or are you just here to answer questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At this time, I think, as Mr. Denson noted, it's all detailed out in the report and certainly can answer any questions that may arise. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll turn to Director Salmon.
Yeah, thank you. So question for the first, Brian. So if this proposal's kind of late in the day for the whole project, but what it was the original route for the Cary Park, what was proposed if this right-of-way did not happen?
Well, we had planned to talk to the developer about a right-of-way if that was possible. And then secondarily, we have another route around that's longer and less convenient, but as another way to do it, existing public right-of-way and a bit of parks. So there is an alternative route if necessary, but we would hope to be able to negotiate a statutory right-of-way if possible.
Follow up?
Yeah. So this is a potentially quite a significant benefit to the developer with the water needs for future phases. What's the commercial value of the land that's sort of approximate around our treatment plant? Is that of any particular value?
It's hard to imagine. It's a very irregular lot. So it kind of is a pincer shape around our treatment plant property. A very odd, it's hard to imagine anybody seeing any value in it. At the west end of the lot, there's already another well that was also drilled by the developer to provide more water to Mill Bay Waterworks. And I believe that well is going to be accepted by Mill Bay Waterworks. So Mill Bay Waterworks will likely be acquiring this land as part of making use of the well. So in this case, though, I can't imagine Mill Bay Waterworks having much value for it either, as it's surrounding, this part of it, the east end surrounds the treatment plant. So it's hard to imagine there being much value at all for the property.
Thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Director Nicholson. Director Salmon, turn your mic off. Thank you.
What do we know about this aquifer and its long-term sustainability?
Mr. Dennison.
Yes. All we know, so it's not the water, the wells wouldn't be ours. They would be Mill Bay Waterworks. Mill Bay Waterworks is an improvement district. We have no control or say over what they do. I know that they are very concerned and very cautious with respect to any wells they take on. They, some of the initial wells under development have underperformed, and that's the reason there's a deficit that needs to be overcome at the outset. They have professionals, professional hydrogeologists that advise the board of Mill Bay Waterworks in these considerations. I don't know to what degree, they investigate these matters or look at things of that nature. So I can't really answer for Mill Bay Waterworks, but I do know they have professional advice, and I know that they are very, with the experience they've had, they're very cautious and careful about the wells they take on.
Any other questions for staff? Director Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Dennison, I'm kind of surprised that there wouldn't be, given what you just said about the Mill Bay Waterworks, whether there's no documentation from them, unless I've missed something in the documentation going through. Have they indicated any kind of position that they're taking on this, either for or against? And if that's a loaded question, by all means say so. It's not meant to be.
Mr. Dennison.
No, it's not loaded. It's fine. So this report is just about, it's not about the suitability of the well or any of those sort of things. It's if they are able to make use of the well and it's acceptable to Mill Bay Waterworks and would be transferred to Mill Bay Waterworks in recognition and compensation for the impacts to our park and the value to the developer, that these are some community benefits we'd be looking for.
Okay, understood. Yeah.
So Mill Bay Waterworks, it is assumed in order for this to play out that Mill Bay Waterworks would accept the well. If they do not accept the well, nothing else happens other than the first step where we get the right of way. But the second step, the transfer of the lands, would only occur assuming that Mill Bay Waterworks accepts the well. If they don't, then that's the end of the line before that.
Great. Thank you very much. That clarifies it. Thank you.
So it looks like it's back. Oh, Director Acton.
Well, I'm curious, has this been moved yet?
It hasn't been moved. It's questions for staff, and I was about to go back to the director for the area.
Thank you. I just don't see him on here, so I was curious.
I see Director Salmon right there, so I will go back to Director Salmon, and what's your pleasure?
Yeah, thank you. So, and thank you for Director Nicholson for the aquifer question. That was always a big issue in Mill Bay, so I'm glad you asked that. But I'd like to, I want to move to not accept this proposal. If I have a seconder, I will more to that.
Well, it appears you have a seconder, but I think we need to have some clarity as to language. Is there, I'm just trying to go to the staff report. Do we have an option in the staff report that, just quickly going through to that?
I don't see one. You can use either the word not accept or deny if it's more.
Well, it's just we wouldn't make a recommendation to the board on this matter. So I'm just quickly going through. Ms. Harrison, you have your pen in the air. Can you help us here?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. this was the only recommendation. There wasn't an option to deny. So if it's the committee's desire not to pass this recommendation, then you don't have to approve this recommendation. You could approve something else. You could put forward a different recommendation. This actually isn't on the floor. Nobody's moved it or seconded it.
So thank you very much for that. And given that there isn't a alternate available to us, and it looks like the director for the area doesn't want to proceed, I'm going to call to see if there's a mover for the motion that's been published. And I think the director for the area it won't be that person and is suggesting that it doesn't proceed beyond committee. So we have a resolution printed in the agenda, and we do not have a mover or a seconder. So that will lead us to move to the next item, which will be R2. Let me just pull it up on screen. R2. And this, we will be going to Sarah Gillett, I believe, for a presentation. Ms. Harrison, was that handled correctly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes.
Thank you. Sarah, welcome.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, so you'll have all received the Cowichan Valley Regional District Housing Needs Assessment Communications and Engagement Plan. So basically, this is the communications and engagement plan for the community engagement portion of the housing needs assessments that the CBRD and the member municipalities are undertaking as per provincial requirements. This work requires comprehensive data analysis and projections, but it also involves community engagements so that all that data can be supplemented with qualitative information and really paint a picture of what's going on with housing in the CBRD. So this is a strategy that guides communications engagement for the housing needs assessment. Of course, this engagement is happening in a unique time and is going to follow all physical distancing requirements. In fact, we've adapted our initial engagement to go completely virtual in respect of physical distancing measures that are in place and also to ensure maximum participation. So you will see in the strategy some specific mitigation measures to ensure that we're hearing from everyone given this unique situation. Basically, this engagement will launch September 1st with a communications campaign launching in mid-August, and will involve interviews undertaken by phone, virtual focus groups undertaken on web platforms, as well as an online questionnaire on PlaceSpeak. So yes, I welcome any questions you may have about the communications and engagement strategy.
Thank you. And just for everyone's information, this is a for information only package. And I see Director Smith with the question and Director Wilson. So Director Smith, the floor is yours.
So my question is, through the chair to Ms. Gillett, can you give me an example of a focus group?
Ms. Gillett.
Yes, great. Thank you for that question. So a focus group will be a gathering of representatives from different organizations. We are in the process of populating a stakeholder list based on organizations and stakeholders involved in previous housing needs assessments, as well as input from staff. This list is also being circulated to the member municipalities. But basically, we're looking to invite representatives from different organizations to join us in a group dialogue where we'll explore questions around current needs, and future opportunities as they relate to housing. And we're proposing doing these by theme. So we might post 3, for example, and have them themed by housing and safety, for example, or health and housing, or economy and housing. And these would be facilitated on a virtual web platform and would be facilitated and moderated by a facilitator.
Bit of a follow-up?
So I just have it's not a follow-up question. I sort of have a concern about this being done while we're in the middle of the HOCP. We've already got our communities geared up in an HOCP direction where it's going to include a way broader picture. We're going to be looking at water. We're going to be looking at DPs. We're going to be looking at a lot of different areas. And all of a sudden we move into a silo of housing needs. But the housing needs to also be looked at based on all those other parts that are part of the OCP review. And when you start sending out and doing interaction with the community, they could say, yes, I want to put a carriage suite. We all want to put carriage suites on our home. But then the reality is they don't have enough water. They don't have a sewer connection. They don't have, or it's within the riparian areas. So we're missing out the whole picture. So that's one of the things that I have a concern about doing it at this time. And we've been through a community satisfaction survey. We've been working with the OCP or the HOCP with the communities, and now all of a sudden they're going to go through another one, and then they're going to finish this, and then we're going to go back to our MOCP. And at some point, people just stop participating. It's just like all they want is input. I put my input in, and then I sit for years and I don't hear anything. So I think that I have concerns about overload on these types of things and it being a bit of a silo. Thank you.
Ms. Breen, welcome.
Good afternoon. Thank you, and through the chair. On the province, there's some very good points that the directors has raised, and we're very conscious of that as well. The province was very clear to us in terms of the parameters of the housing needs, which is a provincial requirement, that although it supports the development of an OCP, it should not be connected with the OCP. So this information will feed into the overall population growth and employment projections, which are needed in the MOCP. But rest assured, we totally understand that this has to be connected with the other parameters. But the province has been quite prescriptive with us in terms of how we can consult, and even in terms of that the information supports an OCP development, but it cannot be connected with it in the public realm.
Thank you, Ms. Gillett. Anything to add to that?
No, I think that's great. Thanks, Corley.
Excellent. Director Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Sarah and Coralie. Thank you for that. I'm a little bit, I'm easily confused on some of these things. Are we not paying $700,000 a year to the CHA to do this kind of study? Why is the CVRD getting involved in this? Why is the money that we give the CHA not being used for this purpose?
Ms. Breen?
Good afternoon. Thank you. Very good question through the chair. CHA is involved. They are one of the contractors involved in this effort. Their specialization at this time is on what we refer to on the lower end of the housing spectrum, and they are moving into some expertise on the middle end of the housing spectrum. So we have involved them for those reasons, and they will be on the ground helping us with the interviews. The province has indicated in terms of one of the deliverables that we build capacity within the region so that the next time this work is undertaken, it can happen within our own community. And the intention is to build that capacity within CHA so that they could do this work in the future.
So this is groundwork then to prepare them for taking over the lead in the future. Is that correct?
That's the intent. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Seeing no other hands, this is an information item. I thank you very much for that report. And just prior to us moving on to R3, which I'm sure there will be some discussion, we are beyond an hour and 10 minutes, and my commitment to the directors has been that we would try and break briefly at 60 minutes. So let's, looking at it's 2:42, could everybody please come back at 2:50, and please turn off your microphone and your camera. All right. Welcome back, everyone. We are now on to item number R3. I welcome Judy Hirschman to our discussion and turn the floor over to Mr. Limshu. I'd like to remind everyone to please mute your mics until you're called upon. And Mr. Limshu, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So if you bear with me, I'm just going to share my screen. Okay, can everybody see that? Perfect. So item R3 relates to application number 12-E-17BP. The property in question is located on Barnum Road. So here's just a location map giving you an indication as to where the property is situated along Barnum and in relation to Wake Lake. The purpose of the report before the committee is to follow up on comments from the May 6, 2020 Electoral Area Services Committee, where this development permit application was initially introduced to the committee. The proposals for 8-lot subdivision. The development permits required because the subject lands fall within the riparian area protection regulation and wetland protection development permit area. So at the May 6th meeting, there were really 3 main comments that were raised. Comment number 1 relates to a concern that the report provided by the qualified environmental professional may have missed a water course on the property. The second comment related to whether or not the subdivision could be reconfigured to allow the CVRD to secure ownership of the wetland and subject lands. And the third was possible monitoring options for the lands. So with respect to the concern raised about a wetland being missed through the review by the qualified environmental professional, since the May 6th meeting, there was a letter provided by Toth and Associates, so they're the qualified environmental professional that reviewed the site, dated June 24th. The area in question was in fact reviewed by the QEP at the time, during earlier site visits, and the attached letter indicates that in their opinion, the water feature appeared to be man-made and was not considered and was considered a non-classified drainage structure at that point in time. And so there are photos in addition to the letter confirming that this area in question, which is in around this area here, was in fact looked at the time that the earlier reports were provided. With respect to concern number 2, staff did investigate the possibility of the wetlands being dedicated as park. However, given the way the current bylaw reads, it would require that the lots would have to be reduced. So in some of our bylaws, we allow for lot averaging. Unfortunately, under this current zoning bylaw, that provision does not exist. The only way to bring in to allow for that option would be to go through a rezoning process. And in talking to the applicants, they have indicated that they're not interested at this time in going through the rezoning option. With respect to monitoring, we looked at it. When I say we, staff and the applicant examined it from a number of perspectives. short term as well as long term. So with respect to the short term, and as I outlined in the staff report, the applicants have indicated that they're prepared to register a Section 219 covenant on title. And the main provisions within that covenant would be to identify the watercourses and wetlands established by the report prepared by the QEP. And so that would include the areas outlined in blue, which, and just to be clear, it would only be those areas that currently sit on the subject lands, as well as protecting the buffer areas established through the QEP report. So that's this red line that's outlined on the map. So around the main watercourse here, and then the smaller watercourses there. The QE report also makes recommendation to providing a 10-meter corridor, if you will, along Barsham Road, as well as making provisions for directional fencing for amphibians in the area. The covenant itself would actually basically incorporate, and actually through the development permit itself, would incorporate effectively the recommendations outlined by Toth and Associates in their reports. Earlier in the meeting, during the public input session, there was a comment relating to water sampling. And the water sampling actually relates to helping with the monitoring program. So the applicants have indicated that they're proceeding with obtaining samples of the water within the wetland. And what that does, it establishes some baseline information with respect to the quality of the wetland. So in the future, if there's any issues with respect to or concerns related to the quality of the wetland or impacts, at least there's some baseline information in place for comparative analysis. And that would only happen should there be, should any issues arise down the road. With respect to the construction, the covenant also talks about establishing fencing around the construction site to protect it from encroachment into the protected areas. So that would basically be along the buffer area. With respect to long-term monitoring, we did explore the possibility of perhaps entering into some sort of covenant with a group such as the Cowichan Land Trust for them to monitor the wetlands over a period of time. The applicants did contemplate that option, however, has decided not to proceed with that option at this point in time. So really and truly, the covenant at this point in time would deal with monitoring during the subdivision and construction phase of this development. The other point I'd like to add is the development permit is part of a subdivision application. So the development permit speaks to, and the intent of the development permit actually is to protect the wetland and the riparian areas on the subject lands. The applicants, assuming that they are able to get through the development permit process, still have to meet various conditions outlined by the Ministry of Transportation, who are the approving authority for subdivision. And so there's still a number of hurdles that the applicant will have to go through. One of them would include proving potable water for each of the properties that are being proposed. So right now, the layout shows 8 lots. However, they will have to prove potable water for each of those lots via drilling wells on site. If they're not able to do so, they're not going to be able to create that parcel in question. So I just wanted to make sure that the community is aware of the process moving forward. With that, I'll open it up for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Limshu, and for the benefit of committee and the applicant, just so that we're all clear on procedure, it'll be questions to staff, and then we will go to the applicant to see if they have any additional comments to make, and then committee questions to the applicant, and then I'll go to the director for the area. So with that, I would ask if there are any questions for staff from committee members. Director Nicholson.
I have a question. I am disappointed that the long-term monitoring is not possible because, as you know, if you want to protect wetlands, you really need to monitor over the long term to make sure the condition is maintained. So I am wondering why that is not possible, why the CBRD cannot require that.
Mr. Limshu.
I'm sorry, Director Nicholson's question and comments were broken up, so I didn't quite get the question.
The question was, why are there not requirements for long-term monitoring in the development permit requirements?
At this point in time, the only guide that we really have are the guidelines outlined in the existing official community plan with respect to protecting the watercourses and wetlands. And so that's really what's guiding staff at this point in time. There's nothing in the guidelines that talk about long-term monitoring, and typically it's very difficult for the applicant to commit to that because at the end of the day, should the property be subdivided as shown, they're not going to be around to work with the CVRD. So certainly they have control over short-term monitoring as they work through the processes with respect to subdivision and development of the sites.
Follow up, Director Nicholson.
So is there going to be any opportunity in the future to, as the place is subdivided, to require long-term monitoring? If we put something in place, would that be possible?
At this point, in terms of what's being put on the table by the applicants, the focus of the terms of the covenant strictly relate to the short-term monitoring of the development through the subdivision and construction process.
Thank you, Mr. Limshu. You were breaking up a little bit there. We'll go to Director Salmon.
Yeah, thank you. So just following up on that last one. So what's the status of the Cowichan Land Trust? Was there not they would be part of this covenant as far as ensuring monitoring as well?
Mr. Limshu?
Through the chair, at this point in time, the Cowichan Land Trust is not party to any covenants, just to be clear. There was some discussion about involving them potentially with assisting with the long-term monitoring program. However, we didn't pursue that option because the applicant has expressed an interest not to go there. So in my discussions with the Cowichan Land Trust, if there was an appetite by the applicant, certainly they would entertain it. But at this point in time, I cannot confirm that they would in fact be open to enter into a covenant. They would have to take this matter to their board, and their board would have to make a decision as to whether or not this project and the protection of this wetland is deemed worthy, so to speak, for them to include that in their monitoring program.
Follow up.
So it sounds like the first step would be the applicant would have to want or agree to the Couch and Land Trust being on the covenant, or the land trust decided whether they wanted to be.
Exactly. And so right now there isn't a commitment from either party at this point in time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions for staff? Director Nicholson.
So who will hold the baseline data on the water sampling?
Mr. Limshu.
That information will be shared by the applicant with the regional district. And again, in the baseline data is simply to assist if there are any issues in the future related to concerns around activities that may or may not impact the water course.
Are there any further questions for staff? Actually, just one quick question. So just to be clear, the requirement for long-term, there isn't a requirement in the current development permit area for long-term monitoring.
No, the intent of the development permit area is to make sure that whatever is being proposed, that there's consideration given to the protection of the wetland area. And so that's where the covenants come in. It's a mechanism. It's really the only tools available to us at this point in time, short of rezoning the property.
Thank you, Mr. Limshu. Seeing no other hands, I would turn to the applicant, Ms. Hirschman. Do you have anything you'd like to add or provide to the committee for consideration? You'll need to unmute your microphone.
Can you hear me? No, I don't know how to.
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, you can hear me now?
Yes.
Okay.
Turn to the applicant, Ms. Hirschman. Do you have anything you'd like to add or provide to the
I have a bit of a lag on my audio, so I'm just going to go ahead. And I just wanted to.
You need to unmute your microphone.
You have to unmute.
Well, I don't.
Go back to that thing.
How's that? How about that? Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. I'll just forge ahead. I'd just like to say thank you to the committee for providing this opportunity for me to speak to you. And I think you are probably aware that we have been long-term residents of Area E. We've been owners of this property for almost 30 years and lived in Area E for 23 years. So we do feel very strongly about the property. We recognize its significant environmental features, and we have worked long and hard to try and put together a plan that is in the best interests of the property and in our own personal best interest, of course. But we recognize all of the concerns that have been raised. We've worked with several planners going back to almost 3 years on this particular project. So we are pleased with the way it has evolved. We feel that it's a very good, it's a good development. It's a good small development for this property. And it's in keeping with the nature of this area of Satlam. It mirrors many of the lots that are around us to the north, south, east, and west. You'll find that this development is not seeking to do anything different, smaller, anything that doesn't already exist. My experience in living there for 23 years has been, this is what people in Satlam want. They want a place where they can experience a rural residential area. It's highly desired. The people in Satlam love where they live. When people come to visit, just 10 minutes away from Duncan, they're astounded that a place like this exists. So we believe that we're providing something that will be highly desirable, will fit nicely into the community, and we certainly have worked hard with the staff. We've had some feedbacks from very knowledgeable staff, from the professionals that we've hired. We certainly don't know anything, and we didn't ever say that we did, but we tried to bring on board the best possible people for our project. So if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Ms. Hirschman. I'm not sure if you're somebody's recording or got a mic open somewhere on another line, but we had some pretty bad lag there. I'll go to Director Salmon first for questions for the applicant.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Hirschman. Thanks for all your work to make this fit. Maybe I'll ask you the same question I asked Mr. Limshu a minute ago, but about the Cowichan Land Trust. I do think that would provide some reassurance to the committee, or at least to me, about long-term monitoring and what subsequent owners after yourself might, be held to. So, what's your feeling on that?
Yes. Well, my feeling is that the long-term protection under wetland protection in the policies under, I think it's 14.12.5, gives us, as the landowner, the choice of entering into a covenant. We've been involved in covenants on this land going back to the original purchase date, which was 1991. There were covenants on the original parcel and on subsequent parcels. So we found that to be a good mechanism of protection. I think, to be honest and to be fair, it would have been helpful, after being involved in this process for almost 3 years, to have been able to enter into some dialogue on this before the last minute. So this process involves the board of the Cowichan Land Trust accepting this piece of property or this covenant, and all that involves time. So the other issue, so basically there's 3 issues. The third one is the impact on property owners, and it's somewhat unclear what property owners give up to the Cowichan Land Trust. There is a cost involved, and we were uncertain about the level of expertise of the people who would subsequently be looking at the property. And we felt very strongly that our professionals, the registered biologist, the QEP, was always just very much upfront, did a professional job, and we were happy with that. We've lived on this land with the covenant. It, for us, was never a problem. We never wished it wasn't there. We always respected it. And that's what we expect that others will do.
Thank you. Director Smith.
Is it possible to have the map, please, through the chair to Mr. Limshu? Is it possible to have the map put back up regarding the subdivision and the land?
Thank you, Mr. Limshu. This is a question for the applicant.
I'm just trying to look at the red outlines again regarding lot 7 and lot 3 because they're the ones that are for the looking for a requirement for a minimum. So they're wanting an exemption for lot 3 and lot 7. And I'm just trying to see if there's, lot 6 looks like it has limited area. And I was just looking at the exemption, and if it was the exemptions were for lot 3 and 7 would change the ability to have 8 lots down to 6 lots, and how that would work.
Is that a question for staff or for the applicant?
I believe so. Based on for staff, so based on the requirement, it requires 10% for the lot frontage, and these two, lot 3 and lot 7, currently require an exemption. Is that correct, Mr. Lipshew?
Sorry about that. I had to turn my mic back on. Yes, that is correct. The act requires that the minimum frontage shall be at least 10% of the overall perimeter of the site. And so the applicants are asking for a relaxation on that 10% frontage, because obviously when you look at the plans, as you've alluded to, it does not meet the 10% frontage requirement. Having said that, I should point out that the width of those proposed access points, the panhandles, if you will, are both larger than 10 meters. So that's basically half a road width. So they're quite wide. They're quite wide.
Okay. Thank you very much.
So I will ask again, are there any questions for the applicant? Director Nicholson.
Thank you. Mr. Hirschman, have you considered reducing it by 1 lot so that lot 5, which has minimal buildable area, so that we could protect the wetlands better?
Ms. Hirschman?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. The lots were really configured by the surveyor. And as Mr. Limshew stated at the beginning, there's no guarantee that there will be 8 lots, but we relied on the professional judgment of Kenyon and Wilson to work with the land to put together the best possible configuration given the requirements of the Ministry of Transportation and the topography of the land. And there were some specific comments that he had made in his letter of July 9th, where he talks about the conversations that he had with the Ministry of Transportation, the placement of private driveway access, and that these points were carefully reviewed with the ministry. So that doesn't exactly answer your question of deleting 1 lot, but at this time, we feel confident that what we have put together here is the best possible configuration for this property. At this time, it's 8 lots, but it may not turn out to be as such.
Thank you, Ms. Hirschman. So scanning the gallery screen I have here, I see no other hands in the air. So I will turn to the director for the area and ask, what is your pleasure?
Well, my pleasure is to make a comment, and then I'll move the recommendation. But I'd like to make a comment first. I find that when we're dealing with really sensitive sites like this, our official community plan, which is 26 years old, is completely out of step with what we need to be considering. our zoning bylaws similarly have not been kept up to date, let alone the development permit guidelines. And I think when we think about what we've learned in the last 26 years about climate change and the impacts that we're expecting to have, we really, the CVRD really needs to get on with this modernization issue. And this is case in point. And we have some very simple housekeeping things which would have strengthened the zoning bylaw, which we haven't even fixed the basic housekeeping, let alone really stepped back and thought about our land use for the future. But said that, the applicants have certainly been put through the ringer over the last 3 years, and I don't see any benefit of asking for it to go to the Area E OCP, Area E APC, because I don't believe that they will be able to shed any more light on this situation, except to be more alarmed about how out of date our regulations are. So I will move this recommendation.
Do we have a seconder? Seconded by Director Wilson. Any further discussion on the recommendation? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Are there any opposed? I see no hands raised in opposition. That motion carries. And I believe these will be going to the meeting on the 22nd. Is that correct, Ms. Harrison? Board meeting of the 22nd of July?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That is correct.
So that motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Hirschman, and good luck.
Thank you very much.
Next item for consideration is R4. And we will go back to Mr. Limshu. Mr. Limshu, please introduce your next item.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
How do I get out of here?
Oh, they'll boot you out. Don't worry.
Okay, item R4 relates to application number 03-H-17DP. So the purpose of the report that is presented before the committee today relates to the development permit application for a 7-lot subdivision on Viola Lane. The subject lands are within the Yellow Point development permit area and the riparian, and are subject to both the Yellow Point development permit area and riparian area regulations. The proposed subdivision that's shown on the screen should look familiar to the committee, because it wasn't too long ago that an ALR application for the subdivision was brought forward to the EAC for consideration. The motion at that time was to forward the application on to the Agricultural Land Commission for their approval. We have since received confirmation from the ALC, the Agricultural Land Commission, that they support the proposed 7 lots as shown on the presentation slide. The staff has reviewed the development permit application in accordance with the development permit areas and is recommending support for the issuance of the development permit for this proposed subdivision. With that, I will open it up for questions.
Can you lower your screen, Mr. Limshu?
Yes.
And it's just occurred to me that I haven't been reading out each resolution as we've been considering them, but we've all had them before. We don't need me to go back and read any out, do we? Oh, good. No nodding. Or no nodding that you want me to. So questions for Mr. Limshu. Alternate Director Haim.
Thank you. Just a question to Mr. Limshu. In the public input period, there were some questions raised by an individual with regards to water quality and water quantity. With regards to the development permit areas in question, are there any aspects of that that are applicable to the concerns, or is that a completely separate issue?
It's a separate issue. So, as similar to the previous application, the development permit process is part of or requirement of the subdivision approval process. So, there are requirements with respect to water quantity and water quality, which the applicant will have to address prior to the Ministry of Transportation approving the actual subdivision.
Thank you very much.
And I think I'll jump in here in that I also too share some of the concerns in reading what some of the findings were in the water quality testing and what was reported in the staff report. And I'd be hard pressed now. I have great water in my community coming out of my tap, but there's challenges to say the least. But just to be certain that none of those are concerns within this development permit application and are for other jurisdictions, other orders of government to consider when it comes to water quality and subdivision in the future. Correct, Mr. Limshu?
That's correct. So there's requirements from VHA, but we also have requirements within our own development services bylaw with respect to potable water. And so certainly we will be reviewing those requirements as part of the technical exercise of review of subdivision.
Excellent. Any other questions for staff? Is the applicant here, Ms. Joan Phillips? Is the applicant here? I don't see legislative services have popped them into the meeting.
The applicant left the lobby.
Oh, the applicant left the lobby. Okay, then with that, I will turn to the alternate director for the area.
I move that it be recommended to the board that development permit number 03-H-17 DP PID 026066815 be issued, and number 2, that lot 4 in the proposed subdivision of PID 026066815 be exempted from the requirement for a minimum 10% lot frontage onto the road in accordance with section 512 of the Local Government Act.
And you're moving that, so is there a seconder? Seconded by Director Wilson. Any discussion on that item? Seeing no hands raised, I'll call the question. All in favor? Are there any opposed? I see none opposed. That motion carries, and this item will go to the board meeting on the 22nd. Number R5, and that will be for Mr. Limshu again. Floor is yours.
Thank you. Item R5 relates to application number COV20D01. These are requests to release existing covenants on title. So the covenants that are referred to in the staff report were put on title through the subdivision application. Subdivision began back in 2004. There were a number of commitments that between the regional district developer agreed to with respect to allowing for the subdivision to proceed. The developer is at a stage now where basically completed the works for the subdivision and are in the process of registration or proceeding to registration of the subdivision plan. The covenants that are being requested for release are now considered redundant, and in an effort to clean up the titles, they're requesting for the release of the covenants. With that, I will open it up for questions.
Everybody sees the recommendation as you drop the screen so I can see my colleagues. Oh, a bunch of you popped out. Director Yanni Donardo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you to Mr. Limshu. I just had a question, and I'm not sure if it's this because there are other, is that the trees, that treescape, that a lot of the trees have died. Will they be replacing them or anything, or does that have anything to do with this covenant currently?
Mr. Limshu.
Sorry, my apologies. That is an issue I will be following up with the Ministry of Transportation on. I know that um, staff planner
Ms.
Emily
Dixon.
is online, and perhaps she has an answer.
Ms. Dixon, would you like to join us?
Hello there, through you, Mr. Chair. I don't quite have an answer on that. I'm happy to look through the covenant to ensure that the responsibility is on the applicants and the property owners to make sure that those trees do survive. The last site visit that I attended the site was pre-COVID now, so I'd be happy to go back to the site to see what's going on there. And then to follow back.
Thank Director Yanni DiNardo.
Thank you, Ms. Dixon as well, because I think that needs to be checked. When they were planted, it was a few years of drought and they didn't look healthy to me, but I'm not a tree person, so an arborist. So it would be good to double check that because I thought they looked really sad.
So that, I think, begs the question for me. Are you wanting to consider this in light of that staff visit going back, or are you prepared to proceed on this and ensure that staff follow up and ensure the well-being of the trees in question? What's your pleasure?
I would like to see that I know that the park trail had been repaired, it had washed out, and it's the trees that I was worried about. So I would like to have that looked at before we approve this, but.
So I would like to bring staff into this. Is there a way that we could move forward with this today and have a site visit done before it goes to the board, or what do you suggest, Mr. Limshu?
Certainly. So with every subdivision application that received, the Ministry of Transportation requires the regional district to provide a letter confirming compliance with all the conditions for that particular subdivision. So certainly we, if it's the committee's desire, we can certainly follow up with the applicant to ensure that, if trees need to be replaced, that they were replaced before we give that sign off to the Ministry of Transportation.
So for clarification, you're saying that we can proceed, but prior to, and this can go to the board, and we can be prepared to discharge the covenants, but prior to that, we will get those assurances.
That's correct.
Does that meet your needs, Director Yanni DiNardo?
Yes, it does. Thank you. So I can move that.
Hang on. We got Ms. Harrison waving at us. Ms. Harrison.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to recommend that you actually build that into the recommendation, that as a condition of approval, that condition has to be met. And that way it's in there, and if it's not met, then it's not approved at the board.
So is that an amendment? I'd like to move that then, to add that to the recommendation.
Okay, can you just, can you work on some wording for how that would work? Because I think that might be a little different from what Mr. Limshu was saying. For clarification, were you saying, Mr. Limshu, that we could proceed, we could pass the resolution at the board, and before the subdivision letter is issued, that we can ensure that happens? But I think what course of action that Ms. Harrison is suggesting is that we actually hold it up before we give authorization at the board. So those are a little different in how we approach it. So Ms. Harrison?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You could build into the recommendation that a condition prior to issuing the letter is the condition that the committee is concerned with.
That's what Director Yanni DiNardo was moving. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Director Salmon. We'll get you in on the record here. So that it is essentially the recommendation with the additional language that the condition of issuing the letter that those issues be met. So is everyone clear on what the recommendation is now? This will still go to the board with that condition attached. I see lots of nodding up and down. I see Ms. Harrison giving us the thumbs up, so to speak. I will call a question. All those in favor? Are there any opposed? None opposed. That motion carries. That will go to the board next Wednesday. We go to, how's everybody doing? We're R6. It's everybody's good. Continue on. R6, Mr. Lim Shu Moncor Road. Mr. Lim Shu, you're muted. We missed all that. You got to go back and do it all again.
Sorry about that. Okay, so application or item R6 relates to application number DVP 19B04 2710 Moncor Road. The purpose of the report is to present an application for a development variance permit to vary section 8.4B3 of the Shawnigan Lake zoning bylaw 985 to permit construction of a single family dwelling. The proposed variance is to relax the front yard setback from 7.5 meters to 3.13 meters. And so what's interesting here is that based on the map you see before you, Moncor Road comes into site at this angle. The road right of way actually goes all the way down to the water. The building, the proposed dwelling will actually be facing Moncor Road, and technically that's the front yard in this particular case. Intuitively, you would think that that would be the side yard. As outlined in the staff report, the applicant did apply for a variance back in 2018. The variance was denied based on the proposed scale that was put forward at that point in time. The applicant has since revised their plan to develop a more modest-sized dwelling on the property, thus requiring a smaller variance than what was originally proposed back in 2018. Staff are of the opinion that the efforts made to minimize the extent of the variance is more appropriate and is supporting the application for the variance. Questions?
Thank you, Mr. Limshu. As you lower your screen, I will look to directors. Are there any questions for staff on this particular item? Director Acton, followed by Salmon. And just before we get to that, do we have anybody in the waiting room wanting to participate in this?
The applicant's been brought into the meeting, Mr. Mahal.
Oh, thank you. Okay, so Mr. Mahal is with us. So Mr. Mahal, just for your benefit, directors are asking questions of staff right now. When that's completed, I will go to you as to whether or not you have any additional comments, and then perhaps directors may have questions for you as well. So right now we have Director Acton making inquiries of Mr. Limshu. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have two questions. I'm wondering what's that little triangle piece? And I'm wondering where there's parking on the lot.
Mr. Limshu.
Apologies, I am not quite sure what little triangle piece Director Acton's referring to.
You want to pull up your presentation and she can maybe indicate for you?
The triangle piece that's right in front of the property on the Shawnigan Lake, West Shawnigan Lake Road side.
Oh, right.
That triangle.
Oh, it's a separate parcel.
But it's not a property. What is it?
I do not recall. Perhaps the planner might be able to assist me in that.
Looks to me to be a separate parcel without an address or dwelling on it.
Yeah, I believe
Well, I'm
it is.
curious if it perhaps belonged to the Ministry of Transportation, because Moncor Road is actually a road end at this time.
Yeah, it's, when you go out on site, it's a bit unusual in the sense that Moncor Road almost looks like a driveway as opposed to a public road.
Well, my understanding is it's a road end, which, there's lots of encroachment on road ends. It's a big issue for us. And my other question, so I'd like to have some clarity on what that triangle piece is, but also looking, when you look at, in our package, it shows the design of the layout of the property. There's actually no parking on the site. So I'm curious what the plan is there for people to park their car. There's not even a big enough driveway to park a car.
Just for clarification, on Schedule B of the draft development variance permit, there's a drawing there by Java Designs that basically show the proposed location of the dwelling as well as the proposed garage. So on that drawing, it actually does indicate where the driveway would be.
Yeah, so the driveway is only 10 feet.
Yeah, with the idea that the vehicles would be turning into the garage for parking.
It looks like a single car garage to me.
I believe the applicant will be able to confirm better, but it's hard to tell from this design as to whether or not, or this drawing as to whether or not it's a single car or a 1.5 car. There's no dimensions on the actual proposed garage area.
Mr. Limshu, is the planner available?
I believe she is. So yes, that's Emily Dixon.
Ms. Dixon, would you join us, please?
Hi.
So
Go ahead.
you heard the questions. The first one was that triangle piece of property that is adjacent to West Shawnigan Lake Road and the Moncor Road right away that appears to not have an address or a dot on it. That was one inquiry, and the other inquiry was about parking on the subject property.
So the triangle piece, thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. The triangle piece is owned by the Crown, so the province. And the parking, the bylaw does require that 2 parking spaces be accounted for on site, which is typically done through the construction of a garage. So perhaps the applicant can speak to the size of that garage, but is our understanding that 2 parking spaces would either be in that garage or 1 in the garage and 1 located on the property.
Great. So can Director Atkin, when we pull the applicant up, can you reiterate those questions to the applicant? And I would go to Director Salmon for questions to staff.
I think I might have found the answer, but just to confirm, so this is outside the 30-meter development permit area. That's why we don't need the development permit. Is that right?
Mr. Limshu.
Yes, there was actually a development permit issued previously for some work on the site. and that was dealt with, and perhaps Emily's able to assist me on the timing around that.
Ms. Dixon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The construction of the house did not trigger a development permit because the construction of the house is located beyond that 30-meter development permit area. In 2018, when the applicant also applied for a variance, there was also a development permit that was approved for the construction of a number of retaining walls as well as the restoration of this via.
Okay, thank you.
Going right now.
So I can't see my colleagues because the presentation is still up, but I would look to my colleagues. Are there any further questions for staff on this file? Director Smith.
Chair to staff, is the existing cabin being removed?
The existing cabin has already been removed.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Seeing none, I would bring the applicant, Mr. Mahal, on board and ask if you have any additional comments that you'd like to provide to the committee at this point, or are you prepared to receive questions? Go ahead, Mr. Mahal.
Oh yeah, I'm ready. Just to make a statement, that triangle piece does belong to the Ministry of Transportation.
Very good.
And that is a double car, full-size car garage with the parking in front. That is a full-size double garage. Though it is very menial at the front for the parking, but it is a full-size garage double.
Thank you for that. You have anything else you'd like to add for the committees? I've got one other director with a question for you, but anything else to add that you feel wasn't covered by the report?
No.
Excellent. Director Yanni DiNardo, question for the applicant.
Actually, it was, I'm not sure who could, maybe I'm just addressing it to the director of the area. Can I do that?
Does it pertain to the development permit?
Well, it's the road right of way and that property. I'm sort of like, I just noticed that we have the exact same thing in Area D, and it's very valuable to the community. I just didn't know if they had discussed that, but I just noticed that is a really good piece of parkland.
Yes, doesn't pertain to the application, and turn to Director Acton.
Yeah, so I appreciate the comment. I was saving this for until it was my opportunity to make a comment. And I do have some concerns that this development permit has not been viewed with a community lens per se, because as you know, we have many desires around the community to open up road ends. So I think this road end should be explored with that in mind before, because if you actually, just to reiterate, the variance is allowing the building to be closer to the road end. So I think this is definitely a situation where we need a community lens on it. So I would like it to go to the APC for that reason. And then I would also like it to go to the Parks Commission, because not only is there that triangle there, which makes it perhaps more interesting or not, it could be a couple parking spots or whatever, but it also connects to the Trans-Canada Trail, because I walk that trail quite often, and you can see that road end right from the trail. So it's perhaps something that the community needs to look at. It's an opportunity that only comes around once. So I would feel more comfortable with their input. So eventually I would like to refer this back to the Parks Commission and to the APC.
So I understand where you're going with this, and it makes perfect sense, but I would just ask what the pertinency of this particular development application has to a referral of development of the parkland or the road end to the referral. It's do we feel that there's sufficient cause to issue a variance or not. And I think the development of the road and that other piece of property are certainly valuable and laudable goals to, but do they have a pertinency to the application that's before us? And
well, so can I finish? Can I just reiterate then? We're given a variance that's going to allow it to be 12 feet closer to the road end. So yes, I think we need the input from the community, whether that should be allowed or like if we should give that variance. It's not something that, a variance is not something that should be taken lightly in this case.
So might I just then direct a question to staff about the appropriateness of forwarding variances to to advisory planning commissions? I know that's not done in my electoral area, but would ask for staff input as to whether or not this is within our procedures bylaw.
So I'm just looking at our bylaw right now.
Oh, Ms. Chirolf has joined us. Ms. Chirolf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think that the procedures bylaw is likely silent on referrals of development variance permits. Having said that, the board does have the authority to refer an application to its advisory commissions. So you would be fully within your authority to do that. It is a discretionary application, and there may be community impacts that you would benefit from having your community provide some feedback.
Fair enough. Director Acton, would you like to make that referral motion, please?
Yeah, so I would like to make that referral. I think that
just hang on. Just maybe we should explore whether or not there's any further questions for the applicant before we take a motion. So are there any director questions for the applicant while we have them online? Seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Mahal, for your attendance today. Appreciate you being here for the application being heard, and turn to the director for the area.
Yes, thank you. And thank you for the patience of the committee. I think it's important that we have a broader community lens. My role is to be the community lens, but I think in this case, it would be nice to have a broader perspective and make a really sound decision for this variant. So I would move that it be referred to the Parks Commission and the APC for comment.
There's seconders all across the room here. So been moved and seconded. Any discussion on the propriety of referral? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? Not opposed, the motion carries. Next item, Development Services R7. How's everybody doing? We've been an hour and 10 or an hour and 15. Anybody looking for a break? Nobody looking for, let's do one more and go to Mr. Limshu for R7. Mr. Limshu, your mic's off.
Okay, there we go. Sorry about that. Item R7 represents application number DVP 20A02. The subject property is located at 862 Hayden Place. So the development variance permit that's before the committee is to request that the height of the fence, maximum height of the fence, be increased from 2 meters to 5.6 meters to allow for the construction of a retaining wall and a clear cedar wood fence. So the pictures that you see before you indicate what was previously constructed without any permits. Effectively, what occurred was the retaining wall that you see before you failed, as indicated in the picture to the right. The applicants have since come back, made application to reconstruct the wall with the guidance of a professional geotech engineer. But in order to complete the construction, they do require a variance. So based on the definition within our zoning bylaw, the entire height from the base of the retaining wall, it says lawn here, to the highest point of the fence, that's all considered one. Thus, the relaxation from 2 meters to 5.6 meters. Questions?
Questions for staff. And do we have an applicant in the room with us? Ms. Legault?
The applicant did not join for this meeting. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Director Salmon.
Thank
Question
you.
for staff.
Question, just thank you to the staff for. I got an interesting call Saturday morning in February from the little house there, and the wall had almost fallen on them. So yes, I have checked with them. They're happy with the work that's proceeding a little early, but thanks again.
Any other questions for staff? Turn back to Director Salmon. What's your pleasure?
Yeah, move the recommendation, please.
And that recommendation, do we have a seconder? Seconded by Director Yanni DiNardo, and that recommendation is that it be recommended to the board that development variance permit number DVP 20A02 for PID 029890730 be issued. I will call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? Not opposed. The motion carries. And one more before we have a quick break. Sure, we'll do one more. This will go to R8. Mr. Limshu.
Thank you. Okay, item R8 relates to application number DVP 20E03. The subject property is located at 4535 Florence Road. So the purpose of the development variance permit is to relax the setback from 30 meters to 19.5 meters, as outlined on the attached site. The reason for this is that the applicants have indicated that they wish to proceed with pursuing a license for marijuana production or cannabis production, utilizing that existing building. The building was originally constructed as a farm building and thus met the setback requirements. However, given that the property owners or the applicants have indicated that they wish to pursue a cannabis license for production, one of the requirements for the license is that the applicants require approval or confirmation from the regional district that the siting of the building is appropriate. Under our current bylaws, cannabis production requires a setback of 30 meters. So hence the request for the variance from 30 meters to 19.5 meters. I should mention that the property is in the ALR and cannabis production is a permitted use within the ALR. So really and truly, the discussion is really focused around the setback of that existing building. Part of the rationale that the applicants put forward is that at the time that the building was constructed, it basically replaced an existing older building a few years. I think it was used for as a chicken coop or something to that effect. The applicants are trying to reduce having impact more ALR land, and that's what they're looking to do is to see the cannabis production in an area that's already impacted by construction. With that, I'll open it for questions.
Well, I know I've got a question, but I'll wait to see what other colleagues have questions. I've got Director Smith. Is there anyone else? So Director Smith and then myself. Go ahead, Director Smith. Director Smith, you're on mute again. Perhaps we can see if Director Smith can. Oh, you seem.
Okay.
There you go. Go ahead, Director Smith.
Obviously, I have a time lag. The question is it looks like in the drawings closer that would allow for that. I'm lost.
Director Smith, it's very hard for us to follow your question. I don't think staff could hear you unless, nope, staff couldn't hear you. You may need to unplug and plug in again because we can't hear you.
I can try. No. Did you hear?
We hear you in fits and starts, but your screen is freezing and we're just hearing very little bits of you.
Okay.
Do staff have a suggested fix, or is this a bandwidth issue that we're dealing with? I don't seem to have staff jumping in, so Director Smith, can you text me your question for staff, and I'll try and read it out to you. They seem to be hearing me, but they don't. You could try turning off your video and posing the question. That may help with the bandwidth.
Ask her to call in.
Yeah.
You want to try audio now? Director Smith, I think you're going to have to leave us and come back in again. And in the meantime, if you'd like to text a question to me, I will pose it for Mr. Limshu. I'll go ahead with my question because we're obviously not getting Director Smith coming through. Mr. Limshu, I'm really intrigued by the fact that they have replaced the chicken coop, which I think is a very low-tech requirement type of building, with a building that is apparently suitable for the production of cannabis, which from all the tours that I've done of cannabis production facilities are very high-tech powered, almost clean rooms. How did we get from a old chicken coop to what I'm assuming is a state-of-the-art cannabis production facility without anybody knowing about it?
Just to be clear, the reconstruction or the construction of the new building was for farm purposes. They still have to make application to get their cannabis license, and so that they have not made that application yet. As part of their application, they will have to provide confirmation that the siding of the proposed cannabis production building has been approved by the regional district. Thus, the need for this development variance permit.
Thank you for that clarification. Director Smith, do you want to try again?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I think I might have had the question answered, but I was wondering about the location there seems to be a fair bit of land that would bring the into compliance with the setback. Because with this one, we will end up with more cannabis zone, looking for also the same development variance permit to be closer to the property line. And I know we look at these one-on-one, but I do have concerns about bringing this closer to the property lines. We've set the property lines in place for a reason, and I think we should continue to enforce those property lines and setbacks. Thank you.
Am I allowed to address any of these questions?
Well, hang on. We'll get to you in just a moment. Though I should have explained the procedure. So we're doing questions through to staff at this point, and then I will come to you and ask you if you've got anything to add or any clarification that you would like to make, and then entertain questions from the directors. So we're still under the section of questions to staff. I look to the directors. Are there any further questions of Mr. Limshu? Seeing none, is this Mr. Dolby?
This is Mr. Irving.
Mr. Irving, oh, you're on the next item. Okay, Mr. Irving, the floor is yours. Do you have anything you'd like to add as far as information that wasn't contained in the staff report or any response to any of the comments that you've heard?
Absolutely. So first of all, the building that was existing wasn't being used. It was dilapidated. It really needed to come down. Second of all, this building isn't, to go towards what you were saying, isn't built or fortified or anything for cannabis grow yet. Just because I'm not going to put any kind of money into that if I'm not allowed to do it. And I haven't even applied for the license yet because this is my first step. And as far as the setback goes, I'm within all my property lines except one small portion, a small corner if you look at the diagram. And that neighbor, as in all my other neighbors, have signed letters saying that they support me in this endeavor, including the one who I need the setback from. And they're all signed. They're quite detailed in the message of how big the cannabis operation will be. I don't know if you have a copy of those letters in front of you or not.
I believe they have been provided to us, yes.
Okay, so I mean, if you just look at those, it just explains everything to my neighbors. So I mean, they're all happy that I'm doing it. They're glad. So I mean, there's no problems that way. And like I said, it's only one small corner of my building that I need the variance for.
Thank you, Mr. Irving. I'll turn to my colleagues on the committee and ask if they have any questions for you directly. Any questions for the applicants? I see no questions for you, Mr. Irving, so thank you for joining us. You can listen in if you'd like on our further deliberations, but I will go now to the director for the area, Director Nicholson, and there is a recommended resolution. What is your pleasure?
I move the recommendation.
Is there a seconder? Seconded by Director Kuhn. Any discussion on this item? Director Acton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be brief. I know we have a long day ahead of us, but I just would like to say that I appreciate the applicant honesty and actually trying to do the right thing. For we see many variances come forward and it doesn't always go from that direction. So I appreciate that.
Any other comment on this resolution? And that's that it be recommended to the board that development variance permit number DVP20E03 for PID 005212189 be issued. Call the question. All those in favor? Are there any opposed? None opposed. The motion carries. That will go to the board next week. And with that, we're closing in on about 90 minutes. Let's have a quick 5-minute break or come back at 4:20, let's say, and ready for another stretch. We got a long ways to go still. Remember to turn off your mics and your video stream. Director, Smith, you might want to contact Legislative Services about whether or not there's any tricks that you might be able to take advantage of to increase your quality of your transmission.
The application is basically to vary the watercourse setback from 20 meters to 15 meters to allow for the siting of a new single-family dwelling. I should point out that the proposed dwelling will be similar in size to the existing dwelling, and the location of the new dwelling will roughly be in the same footprint, although slightly further away from the SPIA boundary. So on the proposed development plan that you see on your screen, you can see the proposed location of the proposed dwelling, the existing dwelling unit was in this general location. So the idea is to replace both the existing dwelling and an existing accessory building with this new dwelling. The existing buildings are in a condition that they require replacement. Is really what it comes down to. And in trying to site the new manufactured home in a similar location, the area falls within the riparian areas protection development permit area. So the application's been supported by a riparian assessment report, which was prepared by a QEP on behalf of the applicant in support of locating a new dwelling in the proposed location. Questions?
There we go. Questions for Mr. Limshu? I don't see any. So I would go to the, is the applicant with us? Yes, they are. This is the Emmericks. We had no questions for staff. So do the Emmericks have anything that they would like to add to the staff report that you feel we should be aware of?
Yeah, I would just like to, I just want to put a point on the other, not dwelling, but one of those shops that he pointed to about being removed and replaced. That's actually not any intention of ours to do. The one small shop in the back, in the top, like north corner of the property, has been demolished. It was very dilapidated, but the larger one in front of it next to proposed dwelling is in good standing, and we are requesting that it stays as it's been built and acquired from previous to us owning it.
Mr. Limshu, does that have any impact on your report, that information just provided?
No, it does not.
Okay, thank you. Any
My
questions
apologies.
for the applicants? Seeing we have no questions for the applicant, I turn to the director for the area, Director Nicholson. What's your pleasure?
I move the recommendation.
Seconded by Director Kuhn. Any discussion on the recommendation, which is that it be recommended to the board that development variance permit number DVP 20E05 for PID 015116760 be issued? I will call a question. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed. That motion carries. Thank you for joining us today for this application. That will go through to the board a week from today.
Sounds good.
Thank you very much. Next item, we go to R10, and that is Marble Bay and go to Mr. Lim Shu for that one. And do we have an agent, Pat Orr, joining us, Legislative Services?
We're here, yeah.
Excellent. So just for format purposes, we will have Mr. Lim Shu present the application. There will be questions from directors to staff. Following that completion, we will go to see if you have any additional comments you'd like to make, and if the directors have any questions for you, then we will proceed to a resolution. So with that, Mr. Lim Shu, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Item R10 relates to application DVP 20I05. Property is located at 9285 Marble Bay Road. The proposed variance deals with a number of setback relaxations. Initially, when we started the discussion with the applicant, basically what she wanted to do was to basically reconstruct a porch addition. There was one in place previously, but it was destroyed during a storm. And so she requested permission to reconstruct it. When staff went out to take a look at the site, we realized there were a couple other issues with the property, and we felt that through the development variance permit, we could deal with the various setback issues. The committee would have received in their package earlier today a number of letters of support in relation to the development variance permit. So it certainly the applicant's neighbors are generally in support of what's being proposed with respect to the variance relaxation. With that, I will close the presentation and open it for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Lim Shu. And I look to my colleagues. Are there any questions for staff on this item? Director Smith.
Yes, so I understand on C4 it's 20% coverage. So they'll have a shed, a porch, and a wood shed on the property, and that's the coverage that's within that 20%. And the actual home that's located there is on wheels and able to be pulled away based on the zoning. Is that correct?
That's correct. The intent of the zone is to allow for recreational accommodation, so not year-round living. I believe the maximum rental stay is 22 weeks out of the year. The unit that's identified on the site plan is commonly referred to as a park model. So it effectively is meant to be portable in that you can connect it up and tow it off site as required. It falls within sort of the same definition as an RV for lack of a better term. Yeah, so the sort of a long-winded answer to your question, but yes, it's only the structures that would be more permanent, like the shed and the cover, that are included in the calculation for lot coverage.
Follow up?
So the unit is attached to sewer and water, is that correct?
It is. Yes, it is.
Any other questions for staff? I see no hands raised, so I would call on Pat, or if you have anything additional you'd like to present to committee or any other further comments, now's your chance.
I don't think so. I think we're okay.
All right, then let me see if my colleagues have any questions for you. Are there any questions for the applicant? Looks like we have no questions for the applicants. So I would turn to the director for the area, which is Director Kuhn.
I move to staff a recommendation.
All right, is there a seconder? Seconded by Director Yanni DiNardo. And the recommendation is that it be recommended to the board that development variance permit application number DVP 20I05 for PID 024274551 be issued. Any discussion on that resolution? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Are there any opposed? None opposed. That motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Orr, for joining us. That will go through to the board for consideration at the board meeting next Wednesday. Next item. Hang on, just having some technical difficulties here. That will be R11, and Mr. Limshu, floor is yours.
Thank you. Item R11 relates to application DVP 20I06. Subject property is located at 9318 Creekside. The request for a variance is really to accommodate a set of exterior staircases that would basically lead from the second floor balcony of the proposed dwelling down to the ground level. The committee, in reviewing the plan, may find that the drawings look familiar. The applicant did apply for a development permit and was issued a development permit just recently. Unfortunately, at the time we reviewed the development permit, the exterior staircase in question was not picked up, and so the applicants have since indicated that they would like to move forward with the exterior staircase. However, in doing so, they do require a variance to the side yard setback to accommodate.
Thank you, Mr. Limshu. Turn to directors for questions for staff. Seeing no questions for staff, is the applicant Mark Mitchell in today? And has he joined us? Doesn't appear that we have the applicant or their agent with them. So we will go to the director for the area, which I believe is Director Kuhn. What's your pleasure?
I move to staff a recommendation.
And is there a seconder? Seconded by Director Haim, and that is that it be recommended to the board that development variance permit DVP 20I06 for PID 026254204 be issued. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed. That motion carries. Next item. And that'll be at R12, I believe. And Mr. Limshu, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Item R12 relates to application number DP18B11. The property is located at 1791 Empress Road. Sorry. The purpose of the report is to present a development permit application for a two-lot subdivision on the subject property. The property is subject to the South Cowichan Rural Development Permit area. As outlined in the staff report, the application is supported by the proposed subdivision layout that you see before you. As well, the applicant did provide a rainwater management plan, and this is all in keeping to meeting the development permit guidelines for the South Cowichan Rural Development Permit area. That I will open it to questions.
Directors, questions for staff? What did we all do during that last break? We got Director Acton. Question for staff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Mr. Limchu. Oh, I have some weird noise happening, but can you hear me okay?
Can hear you now.
Okay. It says, I'm looking in the summary of attachment F, and it says that staff is supportive of waiving the 10% frontage requirement for the subdivision, as lot frontage dimensions have not typically been a concern for the CBRD. There's no design guidelines, etc. And it says, as the Local Government Act allows the regional district to exempt a parcel from this requirement, a variance application is not required. So it doesn't need a variance application after all?
Not for the 10% relaxation. Sorry, can you hear me?
No.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so the 10% frontage rule is actually in the local government. And so the whole point of the 10% rule is to ensure that there's adequate frontage for each parcel for access into parcels that are being proposed. You know, at the end of the day, it's the powers to grant that relaxation lie with either the approving officer or the local government. Now, previous to my joining the regional district, it's my understanding that previously the regional district basically relied on the approving officer there was a policy in place that basically allowed the approving officer, which is the Ministry of Transportation, to at their discretion approve those frontage requirements. However, the policy basically is not in effect today. That's why they're coming forward to committee for consideration.
Yeah, I might add that the approving officer doesn't always get it right 100% of the time. So I think we wanted to have that opportunity to comment. Director, just notice that we've got James Cummings joined us just for process, so you understand. We're doing director's questions for staff. Then when that's completed, I'll ask you if you have any additional comments you'd like to add, and if there's any questions that the directors may have for you. So with that, I will ask directors, are there any further questions for staff at this time? Seeing none. Mr. Cummins, if you've got anything you'd like to add to the staff report or any other additional comments you'd like the committee to be aware of?
Nope, I just appreciate the time.
Excellent. Directors, any questions for Mr. Cummins? Seeing none, excellent. We would go to then the director for the area, which in this case is going to be Director Acton. It's your pleasure.
So I'd like to recommend that we approve the recommendation. It doesn't seem like there's anything that goes contrary to our community plan, and as well as looking at Cobble Hill, because it is really close to Cobble Hill. It seems like it's all in character. So could I read the recommendation, or would you like to?
Well, I was going to read it after we had a seconder. So I think we had a seconder from Director Yanni Donardo. And would you like to go ahead and read the recommendation, Director Acton, or would you like me to?
Sure, I'll go ahead. That's recommended to the board that development permit number DP 18B11 PID 028274113 be issued, and that lots 1 and 2 in the proposed subdivision PID 028274113 be exempted from the requirement for a minimum 10% lot frontage onto a road in accordance with Section 512 of the Local Government Act. So moved.
Any further discussion on the item on the floor? Seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor? Are there any opposed? There's none opposed. The motion carries. That will go forward to the board for discussion and approval on the 22nd of July. Thank you, Mr. Cummins.
Thank you.
Next item would be, that was Empress Road? No. The next one is, no, the next one is R13. Does that make sense?
That's correct.
Mr. Limshu, R13.
Item R13 relates to DP20CO2, property located at 3605 Van Land Road. The applicant is proposing a 6-lot conventional subdivision for the subject property located in Cobble Hill. So the subject map before you gives you an indication as to where the subject property is located in relation to the surrounding neighborhood. The proposed development plan that you see before you outlines the proposed subdivision layout. The development permit application is triggered by the fact that the subject property is subject to a couple development permit areas, specifically as it relates to landscape, rainwater management, and environmental protection guidelines, as well as the subdivision guidelines. The applicant, in support of the application, has submitted a stormwater management plan prepared by McElhaney Associates. It was also prepared in associate with a landscape plan. And so the two the two plans, the rainwater management and the landscape plan, have been integrated to address the guidelines outlined in the official community plan. The development permit will include the recommendations of the stormwater management plan moving forward should the development permit be approved. With that, I'll open it for questions.
Do we have a applicant with us today? Doesn't appear we do. Questions for staff? I see no hands raised. Oh, Director Acton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know if this is a question. I guess it's not really a question, but I just look at this subdivision and this area, and it's highly developed. It's a shame that there's this piece right in the middle that somehow couldn't have been acquired for parks or something instead. So I don't know. I guess it's probably not identified on the parks master plan as of interest. But yeah, I don't know. I guess it's just a comment.
Thank you for your comment. Director Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know that I know the development well. That bit in the middle is actually where the applicant lives.
So no questions for staff, no applicant on the line. I would then go to the director for the area. What's your pleasure? Microphone, please, Director Wilson.
Sorry about that. I would move that development permit DP20C02 PID 000-702-269 be issued, and number 2, that the requirement for a minimum 10% lot frontage onto a road for lot A in the proposed subdivision of PID 000-702-269 be waived. So,
and you're moving that? I would look for a seconder. Seconded by Director Kuhn. Any discussion on the item? Seeing no hands, I will call the question. All those in favor? Are there any opposed? None opposed. That motion carries. We'll go through to the board next Wednesday. Next item. Look at us just blasting along here. R14. Mr. Limshu. Your microphone's off.
How's that?
Oops, sorry about that. All right, let's try that again.
And we have the applicant, Mr. Puny, joining us. So, Mr. Puny, just for your information, before Mr. Limshu launches in, you might want to put your microphone on mute until it's time to speak. But the process will be the applicant or the staff will present the application. There will be questions through to staff. Then, following that completed, we'll go to you to see if you have any additional comments or remarks, and then possibly any questions that the committee may have for you. So with that, I'll go to Mr. Limshu.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So item R14 relates to application number DP20B01, located at 1761 Cowichan Bay Road. So the purpose of the report is to present a development permit application for the construction of a stairway to the beach and a new patio deck operated by the Cowichan Wooden Boat Society at the subject property. The development permit application has been supported with the following information. There was an ecological assessment conducted, an archaeological impact assessment as well was provided. And that information was submitted as part of the application package. I think the rules, for the most part, are fairly straightforward. I'll just open it up for questions from the committee.
Look to directors. Do you have any questions for staff on this item? Director Nicholson.
I'm curious how we consider rising sea levels when we deal with these kind of applications.
Mr. Limshu.
Certainly, when we consider applications adjacent to water bodies such as oceans or even lakes for that matter, we do give consideration to flood construction levels. Generally speaking, the flood construction levels relate to habitable spaces within a building, because that's the big concern. In this particular case, we're talking a patio, which is outdoor. While I don't want to say it's not a concern, it's less of a concern in the fact that we're not dealing with indoor habitable space.
And if my read on this is correct, that they're not going to be out there at high tide anyways, and it's going to be for educational purposes at low tide. So Director Yanni DiNardo, you were next. Microphone, please.
I wanted to move the recommendation if I get a second, or I just wanted to speak to it.
Can you wait until I ask if Mr. Penny has anything further to add to the application or any information for us? Sure. Mr. Penny, any information you'd like to provide to the committee?
No, I think the information that's provided is excellent, and if there are no further questions, I'm quite satisfied with the information.
Director Yanni DiNardo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to thank Mr. Penny for being here and all the work he does in our community as a volunteer. This is a project that has come out of our charrette and really needs to happen. There is no sort of community space, very little, and they've worked really hard on this, and we look forward to seeing it. So I am very happy to move this today.
Moved by Director Yanni DiNardo, seconded by Director Kuhn. Any further discussion, comment on this item? The resolution is that it be recommended to the board that development permit number DP20D01 be issued. Call the question. All those in favor? Are there any opposed? None opposed. That motion carries. That should go through to the board for confirmation on Wednesday next week. Next item, R15. Mr. Limshu.
Thank you. Item R15 relates to application DP 2005. The subject property is located at 2827 Roberts Road. So the maps that you see in front of you give you a bit of an overview as the surrounding context for the subject property. The purpose of the report is to present an application for development permit for the subject property. The property lies within the Coxsala Development Permit Area and is subject to the Coxsala Development Permit Area guidelines within the Electoral Area E Official Community Plan. The applicants made application for the development permit to allow for the placement of an enclosed fabric structure to be placed on the property. The lot is currently used as an automotive shop with storage of goods and materials. The applicant has indicated that they wish to install the fabric tent structure as a measure to increase security, as well as an attempt to provide a bit, as a way of attempting to make the property more aesthetically pleasing. So what you see in front of you is a sketch, if you will, of what the structure would look like. The site plan shows the proposed location of the structure. Staff does recognize that, this tent-like structure, it's not in keeping with the all the guidelines for form and character. However, through our discussion with the applicant, in addition to providing or proposing to build a tent structure, they're also proposing to enhance the existing landscape on the property, specifically along the front of Roberts Road, as well as provide some additional screening along the fence line of the subject property. With that, I will take questions.
Any questions from committee members? Oh, do we have Brody Davis joining us for this application in the waiting room? I have to give real credit to anybody waiting in the waiting room that long. Doesn't appear to be so. I will then go to no questions for Mr. Limshoe. So given this is an application in Director Nicholson's area, I will turn to her and ask her what her pleasure is.
I am not really very comfortable with this application because we've had discussions with the APC quite extensively about the Coxsala Business Park and the need to, the need to transition it from a real industrial area to more of a business park. And when the Top Shelf application for their fabric building came up, there was a lot of resistance to that. And I also question whether that's a really great landscape plan. So I'm wondering if we could refer it back to the APC for their comments.
I'm certain we could, I think the staff might be looking for some specificity around the comments. You're looking to refer it back for comments on the landscape plan and the structure itself?
Well, we have a DP with design intention in it, and I would like to get the feedback from the community on what they feel would be appropriate design measures to be taken there.
Okay, so you kind of cut out there, but I'm gleaning from that you'd like to refer this to your APC for input on the design and the landscape features. So I hope that encapsulates what you're looking for. I got a thumbs up. Is there a seconder for that? Seconded by Director Salmon. Any discussion on the propriety of referral? Seeing none, call the question. All in favor? Any opposed? Are you opposed, Director Kuhn? One opposed. That motion carries. Next item. Let me catch up here. Oh, now we're getting into the fun stuff. R16. And who are we calling on for R16?
Mr. Me, Mr. Chair.
Donald, welcome.
I'm just going to share my screen. Bear with me as I have not done this before, but I think it's going to work out. I think I got it. Excellent. Okay, before you we have our R16 is a soil deposit permit application for PID 027675190. The submitted permit application for this permit is complete with all requirements detailed in the soil deposit bylaw. This site has been operating as a fill site since before the implementation of the soil bylaw. And the owner was operating under the grace period, but ceased to operate in 2019. He's currently operating under a Type B permit that was issued in June 2020 while waiting for approval of a Type C permit. So he's been operating in compliance with all our guidelines. He's proposing 54,750 cubic meters over an unspecified period of time, but after 5 years, he would have to renew his application. This site has had an environmental management plan prepared by Cascadia Biological, which includes environmental monitoring as required as outlined actually in the report, sorry. Staff hired Gandalf Consulting for this one to get technical support as it was quite a complicated permit. So other than that, I will just hand it over for questions.
Can you lower your presentation, please, so that I can see the committee?
How do I lower the?
Your shared screen.
Oh, this here? That's why I stopped showing.
And I see Director Salmon's hand in the air. So, Director Salmon, question through to staff.
Yeah, thank you. I think this is right at the top of Goldstream Heights in the residential complex up there. Am I correct? It's the cul-de-sac?
Yes, you are.
So the question is, I'm not sure if this is true. Apparently, the local strata prohibits dumping of fill. If that were true, would that does that have any bearing on our decision?
Mr. McDonald.
We can't regulate anything or support any of the strata rules. I can forward this across to Devin, who has been in contact with the Strata Corporation for the comment.
Devin, please comment.
So I've spoke with the Strata manager, and he said that there is no strata rules beyond the basic provincial requirements for strata rules, but to the best of our knowledge, anything to do with their strata rules would be a civil matter amongst the Strata Corporation. If they have any rules beyond ours for disallowing depositing of soil.
Thank you, Devin. And that's my understanding as well, as Strata would have to have bylaws above and beyond the basic Strata bylaws required under the Strata Property Act, and or the latest version of it. And I think his assessment is accurate. Just before we go any further, I'd just like to welcome Bruce Dagg, who's joined us on this item. Just for process-wise, Bruce, we've had the presentation by staff. It's questions through to staff from directors now. Once that segment has been completed, we'll go to you to see if you have anything you'd like to add to the discussion from your perspective, and then staff or then directors can pose questions to you if they so desire. So I see your hand, Director Salmon, and Director Wilson. Go ahead, Director Salmon.
Just to follow up, be sure I understand. So, if we did find their strata bylaws were above and beyond the boilerplate ones, then it would be something we would have to pay attention to. Is that correct?
Mr. McDonald.
As I stated, we don't have the authority to, with their bylaws, they're their own bylaws. And in this case, if they had a rules about dumping, then they would have to enforce it themselves.
Okay. Thank you.
Director Wilson. You just muted yourself.
Silly me. I'm not sure if this is a question for staff or for the applicant, but basically, by my rudimentary maths, it's going to work out at about 1 truck per day if it's a 20-ton load per truck on this 54,000 cubic meters over a 5-year period. But who polices where that soil comes from? What do we have in terms of saying, well, it came from so-and-so place and it's certified as clean? Is there anything that in the documentation which says, yeah, it's good stuff, it's not contaminated?
I'll go to Devin on this one, but I believe that's beyond the scope of this of the soil deposit bylaw. But we'll go to Devin and see if you have any further to add.
So we track soil coming onto site through the logbook entries, so we can follow the soil back to where it's come from any of these deposit sites, and all they are required to follow the provincial guidelines. And so we look at the provincial guidelines for how we can monitor if there's any issues with the soil. If there is any issues come up, we will, like where it was of concern, we would be contacting the province for assistance in that circumstance.
That's great. Thank you very much. No, that clears it up for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Wilson. Director Acton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm still confused on the strata issue. We're here to support our citizens and work together and make sure that our communities are better. And for us to just go ahead and issue a permit where the strata has either not been consulted properly or we are just ignoring, I think that needs to be, we need to take a closer look at that. We just can't allow a permit to go ahead and then once we do that, we've just put our citizens in a worse place than they were before. And our role and land use is meant for people to be able to protect where they live and keep it without disturbing the value of their property, and whether it's enjoyment or whatever. But we can't. If a strata, I think this needs to go back, and we can't be issuing this permit today.
Any further questions for staff? I would just remind directors, based on information gleaned in our workshop, that we've been directed to adhere to the jurisdictional requirements of what our bylaw allows for us to do, and I understand the concerns about a strata, but I happen to live in a strata myself, and if we were to do a prohibition against rentals in our strata, the CVRD could not be brought into a position where they would have to enforce whether or not we have rentals allowed in our strata or not. We would have to produce our own bylaws and have a majority of our strata to create the bylaws that would create such a prohibition. So in regards to us staying in our lane, so to speak, as we were advised, I'd just like everyone to keep that in mind. I will ask if there's any further questions for staff. I see no questions for staff. I'd like to call on Mr. Dagg. Do you have anything you'd like to bring forward to the committee for our consideration? Your microphone's muted. Still can't hear you.
Okay, let's try that.
Let's try that.
Yeah, I didn't have anything prepared. I was just asked by the applicant to be here in case there were any specific questions to the technical side. Obviously, I can't comment on the the strata issue you've been discussing. So, if there are any technical questions, I will do my best to address that. But I didn't have anything to add really to the documents that we've issued.
Fair enough. Any questions for Mr. Dagg on the information he can bring forward to us? Director Kuhn.
Yeah, I have a question that I don't know if anybody can answer. I'm just curious. So you have property owners that allow soil to be deposited on their property, and thereby they're making money, and that is fine. I have no objection to making money. I'm in favor of that. The question I have is there any foresight, or is there any from the province or from local government or from any regulator, is there any foresight as what is going to happen with these properties once the soil dumping has stopped? Are there any plans? What can you do with those properties? Can you actually build on them? Can you, what is the process from there on? It seems to me that we're dealing with depositing soil, and that is all fine and dandy. But what is the possibility of dealing with these properties afterwards? Is there anything that, I don't know if anybody can answer that.
Mr. Dagg, I don't think that's for you. I think that would go through to Mr. McDonald or Devin, perhaps. We have certain regulations and requirements contained within the bylaw. Would you like to expand on that for Director Kuhn?
In this particular case, through you, Mr. Chair, I didn't show all the pictures that Devin had actually taken for his presentation. This is actually the owner's backyard that he's trying to build up and utilize to have a better area, a more level area. It's quite a steep property. So as far as other properties, I'm not sure to answer that question. However, in this particular case, this is really for the enjoyment of the owner.
Does that answer your question, Director Kuhn?
Not really, but I guess I'm going to have to be satisfied with that.
Okay, fair enough. Any other questions for Mr. Dagg? I see Ms. Chirelf has just activated her camera. That usually indicates she's got something to say. What would you like to contribute today?
I had 2 points, actually. One, Mr. Chair, just following up on Director Kuhn's comment. So for it, your bylaw provides that for type C permits, within 90 calendar days of completion of the soil deposit activity, the permit holder must submit a final copy of the deposit logbook, and they need to provide a topographic survey showing the location of the deposited soil relative to watercourses, finished grades for the soil deposit, and the volume of soil that has been deposited. And they also have to provide a report from a registered professional confirming that all soil deposit activity has occurred in compliance with the bylaw and that restoration works specified in the permit have been completed. And then further to Director Acton's comments about consultation, the bylaw also does provide for the board to call for and receive comment from the public on any type C soil deposit application. So you do have that option. So you can have a public meeting with respect to the proposed soil deposit, and you can solicit comment. Now, your ability to action sort of the concerns raised by the public may be limited, but you do have the option to receive public comment.
Thank you, Ms. Churlf. Any other, Director Acton?
Okay, so thank you for that, Ms. Churlf. Are we able to ask for some public comment on the strata properties that are like, to me, this just does not make any sense that we can say, yes, you can have that land use when it's in fact under strata. So it's, we've fallen under this before. So, okay, so we could send it back for some comment. I'm not looking to deny the permit today. And by saying that there's a second look, I'm just saying there's a few red flags here that we need to make sure that we are making a correct decision.
Ms. Churlf?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, so just for clarity, the local government, in this case, the CVRD, does have authority to regulate soil deposit. The Strata's authority does not supersede the CVRD's authority to regulate. They, through their corporation, can establish their own bylaws, which their Strata board is essentially responsible for enforcing. So I think it was stated previously by staff that that would be sort of a civil matter, and that's how we would treat it. We do not enforce strata regulations or private covenants.
Director Acton.
Yes, but to knowingly give that permit when you know someone is doing something that goes against a separate entity doesn't seem right to me. That we are the people and we're just allowing it to happen.
We are an order of government, yes, Director
we represent the community.
Yes. Director Ms. Churlf, and I'll go to you, Director Salmon.
Respectfully, I will state that you're reminded, similar to development permits where you're considering a soil permit application, if the application complies with the permit requirements, there's an obligation to issue the permit. And so despite that, having, not necessarily being in favor with certain portions of our population, it's not within the CVRD's authority to withhold a permit that otherwise meets requirements due to community concerns.
Thank you, Ms. Churlf.
Follow-up question?
Your final follow-up question?
Yes, final one. So, well, then I'm not clear if you say that we can take public input. If we get public input, are we going to actually listen to that input, or are we going to just say, no, sorry, they're following the guidelines, so your input actually has no weight?
Ms. Churlf?
So, Mr. Chair, as I stated earlier, you under your bylaw, you can solicit public input, and what I stated previously was that you may not be able to take action on the input that you receive. So in determining whether or not to solicit input, I would just, caution you that you may frustrate the process by not being able to take action on what you hear. However, there may be something that you hear that you may be able to respond to. Staff have reviewed the application, the information that was submitted in conjunction with the application, which is fairly substantive. As it was noted, there was a consultant that was called upon to assist in processing the application. And, our recommendation does stand. So we are recommending that the permit be issued based on the information that we've submitted, that was submitted to date.
Director Salmon.
Yeah, thank you. I agree totally with Director Acton on this one about the need for a public comment period at the very least. I mean, this is huge community interest in this in the South End, and a little thing of maybe purposely contravening what a strata said, even if we're allowed to do it, I'm very much reluctant without first talking to some local residents. So this is still the question period, but just for efficiency, I noticed the next 5, they're all soil deposit ones. 4 in area B, 1 in my area. When would it be appropriate to make a motion regarding all of them?
Well, that's a very good question, and I think that we've already received advice on the fact that we have a bylaw in place that has been approved by this board that sets out direction for staff to follow and for applicants to follow. And so I wouldn't feel it would be in order to take all 5 of these and to lump them into one thing, because we have a bylaw that has been duly created that we've ordered staff to follow. And we would have to, at the very least, go at them one at a time. And just remind everyone that we've been told that the bylaw is the best that we've got, and we don't have a lot of jurisdiction given to us by the province to do much more. So would warn, and I've seen this situation before, I'll come back to you, Director Salmon, that when we've got very limited role in something like this and you bring it to the public, you create an expectation that there will be something that will be done. And I think that's what Ms. Sherulf was getting at, is we could raise the expectation of the communities that there's something that we can do by our consultation, and may have to actually turn around and issue the permit regardless of what input we receive anyway. So I would just caution everyone to keep that in mind. Director Salmon, you had a follow-up?
Yes, and I do hear your caution, but I point out that is in our bylaw that we have the right to have a public comment or a public meeting. So, and further, given the amount of interest, like the documentation's a little skimpy. Our bylaw requires an environmental protection plan for each of these and a soil deposit assessment and plan, which I understand were done, but it didn't come to the committee, and it's not available to the public. So I'd also like to have those made available to everyone. So, are we going one by one then? Is that...
Well, I don't see how we can do anything other than that, because of the advice that we've been given, that we just can't blanket ignore our bylaw at this point. So Director Acton, question for staff.
Thank you. I know you keep mentioning that we've had legal advice, but that was just very vague, and this case is quite special. I think I would feel much more confident if our lawyer actually had a look at this one, then so that we can see, is this application really, do we really not have to take in the Strata's perspective on this? Would be really important.
What's the committee's pleasure? Director Yanni DiNardo.
I was almost a point of order, because we have professional staff that we have an application, and I don't think that I think we should be moving ahead with what's in front of us now. And that's what we have. That is what we have at the moment, and that is what we asked for. We have a soil deposit bylaw. We would need to move forward.
So having said that, it looks like, Director Kuhn, you haven't spoken yet.
Yes, I think we would just end up in the same boat again. This is just going to be a delay. If we say, okay, we have to consult the public, and the public has input, and as Ms. Gerald explained, we might have to go back and say to the public, well, it was nice listening to you, but we're going to do it anyway, because we don't have much of a choice. So I can't see the purpose. The only reason I can see to go back to the public is if we could actually have something substantially changed, and it doesn't look like we can. So what's the sense in doing it? It's just agonizing the whole issue and delaying it, and yet in the end we're going to do it anyway.
Thank you, Director Kuhn. So before I take any further comment, I'd like to go to any of the directors that haven't had an opportunity to pose a question, or is there anyone that wants to weigh in on this? Any of the directors that haven't had an opportunity? Because I'm going to test the House next. Okay, no other directors want to weigh in. I think that it's more than appropriate to test the House and put the resolution that is in the staff report before the committee. If there's sufficient opposition, then that question would be defeated. So is there a director willing to recommend the resolution in the staff report? Moved by Director Kuhn, seconded by Director Yanni DiNardo. The resolution has been moved and seconded. The resolution reads that it be recommended to the board that soil deposit SDC permit SDC, sorry, it's getting long in the day, -20-01 for PID 027675190 be issued. Is there any further discussion on the item? Director Acton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I hate to defeat this, and then I'm not sure what the consequences are for that, but a lot of the answers have been vague. And that is where the law comes in. I think it would be really wise to send this particular one to our lawyer and understand exactly what and I would be willing to move that. And it's unfortunate that we're going to vote on this actual permit. So I guess I'd like to understand what the repercussions are if it's just denied. Because we just said, oh, you can't deny it if all the if the permit process has been followed.
If this resolution is denied, we can consider another resolution. Someone could move. Well, that would essentially be it. If this recommendation is denied, then there would be an opportunity for someone to make another resolution. So, any other discussion on the matter? You've heard the resolution. I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All those opposed? The resolution passes. The matter will be referred to the board, or it's been recommended to the board for next week. Next item is R17.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. R17 is a soil deposit permit application for PID 027514382. The subject property, let's see here. I'm just going to run through some of these images first because I missed them last time. So this is the entrance to the site. This is a quick shot looking downhill from the site. And this is the lower portion of the site. So on this site, again, they complied with all the requirements of our soil deposit permit, and they're looking to deposit 145,000 cubic meters, and they plan to do it over the next 2 years. They've had Great Pacific Consulting hired to prepare their whole application, and they've also will be performing reviews throughout the period of time while they're depositing. We hired Gandalf Consulting to review this application, and we came back with no issues. Staff is recommending that we approve. Oh. Any questions? I think you're muted, Ian.
Questions through to Mr. McDonald. questions for Mr. McDonald. I don't believe we have an applicant for this. So we have a resolution before us, and that resolution is that it be recommended to the board that a soil deposit bylaw SDC 2002 for PID 02751432 be issued. Is there a mover for that resolution? Moved by Director Yanni Donardo, seconded by Director Kuhn. Discussion on the item. Director Acton.
Thank you. I do have a question for staff. Could you give us a picture of how much soil that would be for 145,000 tons over 2 years?
I'm not sure how to quantify that question. I'm sorry.
We might be.
Is it enough to create a ski hill, or what are we picturing here? It's really hard for us to understand the quantity.
So it's another property that is sloped, and they're looking to create flat area for their personal use of the property. So this is just building sloped area up to flatter area. The material is going into a 1 hectare parcel. The deposit area is 1 hectare. So it's just going to mainly see raising of height of sloped area to make it flat.
Director Acton, follow up.
Thank you. Follow up. And is there anyone we're going to ever say no to? Because, I recognize this property, and it had some major sloping issues into Van Horn Creek. So, the person doing the soil dumping has already proved that they're not responsible. And so are we going to be able to say no to any kind of certain applications that, no, we don't want soil dumping happening here in this spot, despite the fact that you followed the process?
Mr. McDonald.
It's Devin again. So this application is being fully monitored by professionals in this situation. Anything that happened previously, which was not actually on this property you're referring to, and I'm referring to happened in the past, is this is all being monitored. Things that happened in the past was why we created the bylaw, and now that we have the bylaw, we are preventing issues like this from happening again.
Director Salmon.
Yeah, just to follow up on that. So just the question whether it's a ski hill or a small mountain or what, but how fees are paid based on volume? What kind of monitoring? How do we know that everything going in there is counted?
Do you have something in the logbooks?
We review the logbooks. If things aren't checked, that my job is to be out there on these sites. I do monitor them. I receive logbook entries monthly from these sites, even though they're not like it says as required by staff. I require them monthly, so I do monitor it as much as possible. I can't say that or ever 100%, but I feel confident that we're getting the actual amounts, and at the end of the depositing, we do have the professionals reviewing with they do things like LiDAR, and they check the amounts based on that, so we know how much is coming even in the end onto these properties.
Follow up. I'm just on the reporting on all this, and the reports I mentioned earlier, the environmental one and the soil plan. Is there a reason why we haven't been given these? Because it would certainly reassure those of us concerned and the public if we could have those reports like we normally do with a development application.
Pretty large.
Mr. McDonald?
Those reports are rather large. So with the 5 that were coming, and we had them reviewed by professionals. So, I mean, we can provide that information, but we thought it may be an overwhelming amount of information.
Yeah, I'd like to see those because, you know, in the South, we have experience with professionals and it's not always as reliable as it might seem. So I'm struck here by, we've got the 2 directors from the areas concerned here, quite concerned. We have a situation where we can ask for a public meeting, we can ask for more information. So I know we have a motion on the floor. If this was defeated, I would like to put another motion on the floor about deal with this.
Mr. McDonald?
Yeah, if I could just, the people that work on behalf of Gandalf, it's a Mr. Bob Symington, who's a hydrologist and a professional geoscientist, as well as he has Mr. Gardner, who works for him, who's an environmental engineer and also a professional engineer. So that's what we had to rely on to look at those reports, and they were okay with those reports. So if we give these reports to directors, I'm not sure the qualifications that they would find something that may be, say, not right or out of place.
Thank you. So I've got Director Smith and Director Wilson on my list to speak next, but I'm just going to suggest for the benefit of all of us here and the public that are watching that I think we're going to have to revisit this at our corporate strategic planning for electoral area services, because those of us that have been here for a little while have noticed that there was huge pressure to bring a soil deposit bylaw in because there wasn't one. And now we have one, and it's not meeting the needs of the committee. So this isn't something that any of us and our staff are going to be able to address inside a public meeting today. So I'm going to strongly suggest to our CAO that it be mentioned as an item for discussion at our electoral area corporate strategic planning session that'll be coming up soon, because it's very awkward for us to put a bylaw in place, hire staff, do the work, and then to have what's essentially a permitting issue challenged each and every one of them when our staff, our professional staff and professional backup are challenging each one. So I will make sure that happens next. I'll go back to my speakers list. I will put Director Kuhn and Director Salmon on again, but I've got Director Smith now. Director Smith, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Through the chair to staff, I have a couple of questions. One, how long this one is indicating that it's 1 hectare and to make it flatten the property. I assume if you have a hectare, you might want to do some development of homes or something in the future. So how long is it before soil that's been deposited can it be before a structure is built on that deposited?
Mr. McDonald, can you answer that question?
To you, Mr. Chair, no, I don't have the qualifications to answer that question. That would require a geotech.
So I just kind of wonder if we're bringing more complications down the road when these properties do come up in the future. The other one is there any way of stability of these containing these the soil deposit, or is there an opportunity for sloughing and that of the soil that's being deposited? Is there something in place that's making sure there cannot be any hazard risk involved in that?
My understanding is staff have already reported that there's been geotechnical information and professionals who have signed off on this, but I'll turn to Mr. McDonald.
To you, Mr. Chair, you are correct. There is geotech. Geotech has been involved in this and all sites, so all those hazards are addressed.
Thank you. Next person on the list is Director Kuhn, followed by Director Salmon. Did I see Director Wilson?
Yes,
no, hang on. Director
did.
Wilson's next. You're
yes,
next.
you did. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the crux of the matter here is that although we're going outside, we have a bylaw in place here. The very fact that with afterthought, that bylaw is anywhere near comprehensive enough to deal with what we're dealing with here and has to be changed, as you mentioned, or addressed, is of the utmost importance. But right now, much as I feel like denying this, we cannot legally deny this one. We have to stick to what we have in place, which is the bylaw. And anything else that comes with it, unfortunately, and it is unfortunate, really, I don't want to support this. I don't, but really, I have no choice. I have to.
Thank you. I go to Director Kuhn, then Sam.
Yeah, I second that opinion. I think we're at a stage again where we're trying to outguess the specialists and the consultants. And we wanted what is happening now. We wanted that. We wanted the bylaw. We wanted oversight. Our bylaw people are looking at this. They have hired specialists. There comes a point where we're going to have to rely on the specialists. And this is one of the points. To keep outguessing, to keep coming with more restrictions, with more questions, with more about this, let them do the work. And yes, I know there have been shortfalls in the past, and there are pitfalls now and then that something goes wrong and a consultant overlooks something or whatever. But there's no perfections in anything that we do. So let's just go ahead and do what we have on our plate.
Thank you, Director Kuhn. To go to Director Salmon to close.
Yeah, thank you. You know, it's funny. I don't have a problem with the bylaw. I think it's fine, actually. I have a problem with the way the bylaw is being applied. And two specific things are, one, the bylaw has we have the right to solicit public information, and I'd like to see some of those options if we referred it back, if staff would come up with how we could do that. And just secondly, I'd just like to see the standard, the environmental reports and the other report that we would normally get. And I don't agree that, you know, we shouldn't see them because we might not have the qualifications to understand them. I don't follow.
Thank you, Director Salmon. Seeing no other hands in the air, the resolution has been duly moved and seconded. I will call the question. All those in favor? Are there any opposed? We have Director Salmon opposed. The motion carries. That will proceed forward to the next board meeting. Does that bring us to R18? Does anybody need a break? Nobody wants a break, or at least two people don't. R18, Mr. McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. R18 is soil deposit permit application for a PID 028-747-151. This site is located at 1815 Souk Lake Road. The site has been operating as a fill site prior to the implementation of our soil bylaw. They also, their application, as all the others, have met all the guidelines of the soil deposit bylaw. This site is proposing to deposit 21,226 cubic meters over the next 2 years on 1 hectare. This is a picture from the top of the site and also showing a flat area. I think that's what we're doing there. Yeah. Is this really considering? No, at the end. Yeah. At the end of here is where they're proposing to put all their fill. And just another shot of the site. Again, we also had Gandalf Consulting review this file, and staff is recommending approval.
Thank you. Can you lower your screen? And I'll go to directors. Are there questions for staff? Director Salmon.
Thank you. So this site is one of the two on Sioux Lake Road that are very close to the Donegan Creek, correct?
With relation to the creek.
Yeah, it's in the same area.
Yeah. Yes, they are in the same areas.
Okay. Could I move that we send this particular one, refer it back and have it come back with the environmental and soil deposit plan reports that were produced? If I can get a seconder.
You can certainly move that. Seconded by Director Nicholson. So that's a referral motion. Any discussion on the propriety of referral? Promise to speak to the propriety of referral, Director Acton? Please go ahead.
Like, if I think it's a good idea or not. Can I talk about that? So I think that would be a really good idea because I have had in the past a lot of phone calls about that site and videos and footage of runoff into the creek. So I think that is interesting. But what I find kind of interesting is it's only like 20,000, I forget the number, 27,000 tons, where we had the previous application at 7 times higher than that. There's like in the same amount of time frame, it's very concerning on some of these quantities. So I can't remember. Oh, this is going into a question on the bylaw.
Acton, yeah, you're debating the merits of the bylaw.
So then I do have a question about the bylaw if I'm able to go back to
we've
that
got
later.
A referral motion on the
yes,
floor.
On the referral, I think that is a good idea.
Any discussion on the propriety of referral? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? 1, 2, 3. The referral motion passes. Next item. We go to R19.
Mr. Chair, please note I've just moved the application.
Okay, and the applicant's name on R19 is Steve Dunton. Okay. Thank you.
It's actually Eva Dvorak.
I don't have that name, but I'll remember Eva. Okay, so R19. And so just for clarity and procedural fairness, everyone, we're having the presentation and...
Excuse me, can I be heard here?
Not yet. No, you can.
Oh, no, sorry. I was the applicant here for the last one that was referred, but I didn't get asked to be brought in.
Aha. And we also had a resolution done before, put forward before we were finishing questions through to staff. So I am going to have to go to the will of the committee. We have passed a referral motion. I reluctantly allowed the motion to come forward before we had completed our normal procedure for doing so. Does the committee want to go back and reconsider that resolution with the applicant able to provide their information? So I am going to call a question of the committee. Do you want to go back and revisit? And Ms. Harrison, is that in order to poll the committee as to go back and review that? Ms. Harrison?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You actually have the authority to bring it back for reconsideration. So,
well, I'd like some direction from the committee because we did sort of shortcut the process there and we denied the applicant the ability to be heard. So
consensus would work.
Yeah. So I think we're going to go back to R18. And I still had a question from Director Nicholson to go forward to, I will hold Director Salmon's referral motion in abeyance for now. We will go back to it, but I had Director Nicholson on the speakers list for questions for staff.
So which one are we doing?
R18.
Are we on?
R18.
Well, okay. Well, what I am interested in is what provisions that we would have for monitoring water leaving the site.
Mr. McDonald.
Some of this could be also answered by the applicant, but we did receive a groundwater impact assessment to identify what concerns there might be, and it came back identifying that the soil deposit site does not have any groundwater concerns. The applicants will also have the soil deposit go down slope into an area to protect the runoff from the slope from going into any creeks or water courses. So once again, there was no concerns coming up from this site for any issues like that. But I also might say that the applicant may wish to speak on this too, because he is knowledgeable on how he is depositing on the site.
Okay, so thank you for that. So before we go to the applicant, and just for the applicant's knowledge, we go through questions to staff first. Then I will come to you if you've got any additional information that you'd like to provide to the committee, and then if the committee has any questions for you. So with that, Director Nicholson, does that conclude your question through to staff?
Well, I was actually interested in the monitoring of surface water.
Does staff have any further comment on surface water monitoring?
We don't specifically monitor surface water, but we do monitor by me going on site and observing how the depositing process goes, where it's running off, if it's going into a proper collection area for filtration of any dirt out of the water before it enters any water courses. So that is what we're monitoring. We're monitoring how it's filling and how the environment is being protected from the material being deposited.
Okay, I go to committee. Any further questions for staff on this matter before I go to the applicant? I see no hands in the air. So is this Dale Erb that has joined us?
No, sorry, it's Raymond Lamb. I'm the operator and I was the applicant for the owner.
Oh, okay, so Raymond, if I don't know what you've heard of what's been presented so far. You've obviously seen the staff report, I would hope.
Yes,
do you have anything you'd like to add to our discussion before we consider this further?
Sure. Well, there's a lot of things brought up. Is there anything I can specifically speak to that I could just rattle off? But there's a lot of stuff brought up there, and I don't want to waste your time. So if there's something specific I can speak to, I'm happy to do so.
Well, I can recall a question posed by Director Nicholson in regards to surface water monitoring, and perhaps you could enlighten us on what provisions you have in place for that sort of thing.
Okay, sure. Yeah, so briefly, there was discussion with regards to vicinities to the streams and nearby water courses. There's a 30-meter riparian area that we don't go within, that you can't go within. So our environmental management plans, sediment erosion control plans, all prepared by a registered biologist, and those include, clearly define how and what practices we are to employ on the site, and that's what we bring fill in accordance to. There's a berm all the way around the toe of the fill area, so that if there was anything that released or whatever, it's prevented by doing so. That's call it the procedure that we bring soil in and place it to protect the surrounding areas to it, and make sure that we don't go and work within that riparian area that we're not allowed to go into. As far as surface water monitoring, obviously visual inspections, maintaining proper channels and ditches for management of surface water flow, making sure it's going to the right places, and that's pretty much the extent of what's defined as far as the sediment erosion control plan. There's no specific requirements for any further surface water monitoring that we are to follow within the bylaw.
Thank you. And this is Chair Morrison. I'd just like to pose a question because it was raised in comments and public input earlier in regards to plumes into the lake. And I'm a resident of the Cowichan Lake area, and high flow, high rain events, we experience those on occasion. But it seems that due to the proximity of these operations to water features, there's a great concern in the area about the high rain flow Pineapple Express type of events. So do you feel that you have a high degree of confidence, or what measures are in place to ensure that a drinking water source in a lake like Shawnigan would be protected in a scenario with Pineapple Express or a weather bomb or whatever were to hit us and to impact your operation?
Was that a question for me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't have, call it the technical expertise, I don't believe, to answer that. As a contractor, I can speak to how we do work. I think it's incumbent upon everybody who manages and places soil on any site to be cognizant of what obviously the downstream effects are, and to make sure that you are working well within the sediment erosion control plan, soil placement guidelines prepared for the registered professionals that you should be working with, and that are and you should have employed to be monitoring the site, working with you throughout the process, which we have and which we will continue to. I do feel, yes, that if the proper best management practices are employed, I do yes think that this can continue with and at the same time maintaining safe drinking water and protection to the environment. We do construction work in and around everywhere, and the same level of care and attention to the environment and public safety needs to be. It just needs to be implemented and adopted, regardless of where you're working, what you're doing, and then guidelines followed. That's why they're there, because work needs to happen in order for us to build infrastructure, build hospitals, build whatever, and it is and will likely continue to be done in and around potentially sensitive areas for all sorts of reasons. So I do feel, as a contractor, that we do comply with all the best management practices that we should, and obviously implore that all other contractors would also do the same.
Just a quick second question. Obviously, if you're responsible on the site, you obviously see the CVRD truck pull up with our friend Devin in there. Are you comfortable with the frequency and the intensity of and scrutiny of the visits that are brought to bear when our staff show up?
I am not actually the one that's on site. It would be my partner Gary, and he's one of the other owners of our group, and he's on site. So for the fact that I do leave the office and I do go to the different sites, I have seen Devin there frequently enough that I would attest that the inspections are frequent. And I know Gary has lots of conversations with Devin, just checking in. So I can attest to that, but I can't call it by experience, because I'm not the site guy that's there regularly.
Fair enough. Turn to directors. Any further questions for the applicant? Seeing none, Wayne or Raymond, thank you very much for joining us.
Chairperson, there was I can lend some input. There was a previous question about how much 145,000 tons is. I don't know if it helps, but a hectare is 10,000 square meters. So if you take 145,000 tons, which is call it around 70,000 cubic meters, that probably works out to, and it's easier to visualize because I know it's hard to visualize a 10,000 square meter area, but if you took that area, it probably amounts to about 20 feet of fill over that whole area. And somebody said, there was a question there questioning why we're only bringing in 20,000 cubic meters over the next 2 years. The reason is that we're closing off this permit site. Well, the owner is. His intent is to level off this and make it a more usable area, in which he's actually got the property now listed for sale. So our commitment to him and his commitment to you is to close the site off properly under the proper permit. And that's the intent of that is over the next few years, if not sooner. But we figure that that's the maximum amount of soil that would be required just to level it off properly. But, you know, I think there was a question that was inquiring about the variation in the volumes.
Very good. Thank you very much for that information. It helps me form a mental picture, so that's very helpful. So thank you. So I think seeing no other hands for questions for the applicant, I think as a due diligence and fair practice, there was a resolution for a referral to staff prior to being able to consider the applicant's information. And I think it was, do you have the resolution that was put forward previously, Ms. Harrison?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All I have is that this be referred back to staff, but I didn't get what the referral was for. If it was for more information or anything.
I think it was to bring back the technical reports to be made available and perhaps some public consultation. Does that sound accurate to you, Director Salmon? As the originator
public consultation, yes.
Yep. So I think it's more than fair to bring forward, and before I go and ask for another seconder for the resolution, even though I think it's been duly moved and seconded, it's a referral motion. Director Acton, do you have anything on the referral motion, or would you like me to hold off on the motion and you'd like to speak?
Well, I originally did vote for it, and I would be willing to vote for the permit being issued. I did not understand that it was meant to some of the, I didn't understand completely, so I appreciate what the agent has spoken about. He's certainly a good talker, and I know we've met before on the protest line. Unfortunately, we weren't on the same side, but right now I would be willing to vote for this permit to be issued.
Okay, so at this point, we had a duly moved and seconded referral motion, and I think I'd like to call for a vote on that. And so we'll have a vote on that. If the referral motion is defeated, then someone could put forward the resolution as recommended by staff. So with that, I'm going to call a motion on call for a vote on the referral. All those in favor? All those opposed? The referral motion is defeated. Would someone like to move the recommendation in the staff report? Moved by Director Kuhn, seconded by Director Yanni Donardo. And it's just disappeared from my screen, so bear with me while I bring it up. This was R18, are we not talking? Yes, we are. The resolution is that it be recommended to the board that soil deposit permit SDC 20-03 for PID 028747151 be issued. Is there any further discussion on that resolution? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Are there any opposed? Director Salmon opposed. That motion carries, and it'll go to the board next week. That brings us to R19. How's everybody doing? Anybody need a break yet? Laura, you say no every time, but some of the others are looking funny. So, okay, R19. Mr. McDonald. Don't forget we have a closed session at the end of this.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. R19 is a soil deposit application for PID 00335 or 009351744. This property is located on Souk Lake Road. And again, I have a few images of the entrance to the property. There's a couple more shots from the property. And a shot from above looking down. The site in the background is actually a site under a mines permit. So that's not an affected area. This package is again complete and meets all the criteria of the soil deposit bylaw. They estimate the total quality of soil deposit to be 17,547 cubic meters and will take place over the next 3 years. Cascadia Biological Services was hired to provide an environmental impact assessment with respect to water courses, monitoring of runoff water, and environmentally significant features present on the site. Again, we also hired consulting to review this application, and staff is of the opinion to recommend this application.
Thank you. Can you lower your presentation? Go to committee. Any discussion on this? And do we have an applicant joining us?
Mr. Chair, Eva Bartek is in the meeting.
Yes. Hello.
Thank you. Welcome, Eva. So just so that you're aware of our procedure, we will have questions of the directors to staff. Then after that's concluded, we will ask if you have any additional comments to provide to the committee, and they may pose some questions to you. So at this point, it's questions for staff on the application. Do we have any inquiries of staff on this? Once, going twice, going 3 times. It looks like no questions for staff. So, Eva, would you like to provide any additional comments, information to the committee before we consider your application?
Well, as it was said on the previous call with Raymond Lamb, we're here as a technical support for the applicant. In case there's any technical questions, we can answer, provide some clarity on it.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Turn to the committee. Are there questions from directors for any for the applicant? I see none. Thank you for appearing with us today. I will ask for a resolution or a motion on the resolution, and we're on R19. Is there a mover? Moved by Director Kuhn, seconded by? Seconded by Director Yanni DiNardo. The resolution before us is that it be recommended to the board that soil deposit permit SDC 20-04 for PID 009351744 be issued. Any discussion or debate on this item? Director Salmon.
Yeah, just trying to represent the public here, but again, we'll be voting against this. I think the technical record should be transparent and available.
Thank you, Director Salmon. Any further discussion? Director Nicholson.
I agree with Director Salmon. What do we need to do to make sure that this never happens again?
I think that's a Ms. Chirolf question. I think. I'm going to put her on the hot seat.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Oh, sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we can make the report, the technical reports available to the directors prior to any of the permits being considered at next week's board meeting through, it sounds like through Legislative Services file sharing protocol. I think the reports are fairly large. But yeah, certainly they do form part of the record for the applications, and they should be available to the director should you wish to review them.
Thank you. Director Salmon.
Thank you, Ms. Schroff. Could they be attached to the agenda for the board when they're considered so that the public could also access easily?
Ms. Chirolf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I would need to refer to Legislative Services, who are sort of the experts in terms of Prime Gov and the development of the agendas.
So can I just wade in here? I think we've got some issues around file size and making them available within our agenda packages. But let's be very clear that what I think is desired by some of the committee members is that they be made available in some form that's accessible by the public. So I think staff can take that as direction, is that you investigate all means possible to make those available for the future. Is that fair enough?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So with that, we have a duly moved and seconded resolution. Any further discussion? Seeing not, Director Acton?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, I'm trying to find my notes on this one, and it's my laptop's freezing. I wanted to know the distance from Shawnigan Creek on this one, where they'll be doing the dumping. It's not very clear.
Mr. McDonald, do you have that information at the ready?
You don't know? You do.
I can't. I don't know.
I think the applicant.
We don't know the measurement. No, we don't know the measurement.
I think the applicant was ready to jump in there. Eva, do you have any information on this file as far as distance from creeks?
Yes, it's approximately 500 meters away from Shawnigan Creek.
Did you hear that, Director Acton? 500 meters from Shawnigan Creek. Okay. So seeing no other hands in the air, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Are there any opposed? One opposed? That motion carries. It'll proceed to the board meeting next Wednesday.
I was opposed, Ian.
Yep. Oh, I said one opposed. So R20, well, do you want your name recorded? Opposed? We don't generally record opposed names in committee.
No.
We've got the video record to prove it. R20. Do we have an applicant joining us for this one?
Richard Granger is on the phone.
Okay, Richard, just before we get into the application, just so you know, the application report will be provided to us. We will ask questions of staff. Once those are concluded, we will give you the opportunity to provide any additional information or insights to committee, and committee may have questions for you at some point after that. So right now we're going to staff for presentation of your application.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. R20 is a soil deposit permit application for PID 001-170-406, and that is located at 1451 Trousey Road. Their application is for type C permit. They have provided all the documentation required by our bylaw, so they meet all the requirements. They're proposing a deposit of 400,000 cubic meters on 5.7 hectares, and this will take place over the next 5 years. Again, we had Gandalf Consulting review this, and staff is recommending approval.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. Can you lower your thank you very much. Questions through to staff from the committee. I see no hands being raised. Director Acton.
Back to, thank you, Mr. Chair, to quantity, this seems astronomical. We are just providing, I'm trying to do the math on this, and it's an obscene amount of tipping fees. I've got $8 million in tipping fees, and like, we're supposed to be regulating our bylaw here. Is there a cap? Can we stop? Like, we didn't put a cap on our bylaw for space, or this seems ridiculous.
Mr. McDonald?
My question is very frustrated. Sorry.
To you, Mr. Chair, no, there is no limit in the bylaw.
but just for clarification purposes, a number of the items that have come up so far, and I'm not trying to compare this to any of the other applications, were for like 1 hectare areas. And this is a significantly larger portion. So relatively speaking, over 5 years, yes, it's a vast increase over some of the smaller ones that we've seen. But could staff comment on the the volume and amount of activity required to meet that amount over the time frame? Perhaps that helps.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm just going to share my screen again. I've got some pictures that may help. So these are some pictures showing, and maybe I'll have Devin comment as I show the pictures.
Yes, so one thing to note on this property too, and the applicant can speak to this, that some of the area is not in the CVRD fill application area. It's within a mine permit area, which is under reclamation stage, and they are authorized through the province and their mine permit to deposit. So the first picture you see is work going on in the mine area, and soils being deposited legitimately through their mine permit in the reclamation stage. Secondly, we just have a picture showing a typical of the end of the mine permit area and into the area where they're applying for the soil deposit. I'm sure you can scroll down. Yeah. So once again, you can see the on say the second picture there. That's the mine permitted area and the depositing that's taking place in the reclamation stage. And then moving on from there is the new area that they're requesting to deposit. The height, there is a substantial amount of material that can be taken in there. And as stated, this is a large site compared to some of the others. The piece of property is quite large, so it can handle a large volume of fill. And the end results, once again, are looking for level land to make it more usable. The applicant, I'm sure, will be talking about it as well. So some of the questions may be better posed to the applicant.
Thank you. Can you lower the presentation? So I turn to directors. Are there any further questions for staff on this item? Director Acton.
Yeah, so we don't take into consideration the traffic implications here, because we know that there's 50,000 tons a year of trucks coming up looks like. Now we're talking, it's actually almost twice that in a year for one spot. These are huge implications to the community. Yeah, this is a really frustrating process. I don't actually understand why it's even come to the board then. If there's like, what decision is staff looking for us from here when there actually is no grounds for us to question anything about the bylaw?
Who would you like that question directed towards?
I guess to management. Like, what is our decision making abilities here when it doesn't even appear like we have any? So why is this even coming to the board?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So the bylaw for a type C does require board approval, and the bylaw is really to regulate the soil coming in. So that is why there are so many professionals required just to even get the permit application. It's not to regulate what's on the highway, but merely what is the soil that's being deposited on the grounds within CVRD.
Could I chime in a bit?
Well, just hang on. We'll go to you in a second here. I just want to make sure that questions for staff have been exhausted at this point.
Okay.
And just a comment. Mr. McDonald, I think, has accurately described what the scenario is we simply wanted to regulate what happened on the land base. The activity was going on. We wanted to ensure that was, from what I recall, a lot of the intent of why this soil deposit bylaw was created in the first place. Make sure that we had the professionals involved and that we weren't creating worse scenarios than having them completely unregulated. So this is essentially what we asked for in a soil deposit bylaw and what the province was prepared to allow us to take on in the form of regulation. So I'll go now to Director Wilson, who is next on the list.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's unfortunate. I can understand Director Acton's frustration here, and it's unfortunate that she couldn't listen in fully to the discussions that went on this morning. But yeah, our hands are tied by what we've got as a bylaw. And we have to abide by what that bylaw says. Now, I can help her out a little bit here with quantities. I've been doing some numbers in the background here. If you add up all 5 of these applications, you're going to be looking at somewhere like 20 to 24 trucks, fully loaded trucks per day for 5 days a week. That's 2 or 3 trucks every hour for 5 days of the week. And that's a lot. That doesn't include anything that's already in place. So yeah, there's a huge amount of quantity coming in, and this is for all 5 applications. But let me say again, I honestly have big misgivings about approving these. But really, we don't have any choice. We put the bylaws in place, and it's our responsibility to stick by the laws that we put in place. We can change that later. But right now, we have what we've got.
So seeing no further questions for staff, I will call in Richard Granger. Do you have anything that you would like to provide as far as information or clarification to the committee members?
Yes, I'd like to address some of Director Acton's concerns. Yes, the tipping fees are high. We're in the business of receiving fill and then hauling crushed rock back out to our customers. It's sort of a loaded both ways type operation. Our fill site that we're applying for here is just an expansion of what we're already doing, and we're not going to increase the truck traffic because of it. It's just going to take the place of where we're putting fill right now. And yeah, so that's the 2 questions that I took from what her concerns were, or at least the answers I have for her concerns.
Mr. Granger, is there anything that is not contained in the staff report or any other information that you think is pertinent to our discussion or decision that we have before us?
Well, we do have things like that, soft issues, like the question wasn't there to say why we operate a fill site here or anything, and like I say, it is, our business is dependent on having a fill site operate here. It provides a 2-way haul for the trucks so we can economically get our aggregates down into the Victoria area. We have 9 employees here. 8 of them all live in the CVRD. I'm the only one that doesn't. And we're all dependent on that fill site. So, the tipping fees that will be generated from that should cover all of Devon's wages for the year. So that's I guess another benefit to the operation, from the operation.
Okay, thank you. I've got Director Kuhn. Do you have a question for the applicant?
Yeah, I just wonder, I did some calculating here in the meantime, and I wonder if I'm wrong, but here goes my calculation. 1 hectare has 10,000 square meters, right?
Yeah, that's correct. Yep.
Okay, so we have got 5.7 hectares, which is 57,000 square meters, right?
That's correct.
So if you divide the 50,000 square meters into 400,000 cubic meters, then you come up with a height of 7 meters of deposit, which is 20 feet deposit for the whole area.
That sounds about right.
Am I wrong?
Yep. Yep, that's correct.
Okay, so that I'm mentioning that just to give a picture to our committee here. So if you deposited that 400,000 cubic meters over the 5.7 hectares and over the whole area, it would raise the whole area by 7 meters, which is 21 feet.
That's
so
correct.
that maybe gives you an idea of how much material there is.
Yeah. Another thing that I never addressed with Mr. Coombs was that he asked the question about what can we use these sites for after they're completed. We have other fill sites that we have completed, and right now all your highways department, MCON, that has the contract, they have applied for, got a permit, put a large structure and a couple other outbuildings on that fill site that we provided for them. So there is long-term value in these fill sites.
Thank you. Turn to Director Salmon for a question to the applicant.
Yeah, thank you. So we saw in the picture Saanich Inlet in behind there. So this is above the inlet. So what have you done about the risks of runoff reaching the inlet?
Well, it's quite a long ways away from the inlet. If we have the way we have our deposit designed for grading is that the water's going to run. It was an old gravel pit at one time, and so the ground is highly pervious underneath, and we're going to direct our surface flows to settlement ponds that'll eventually seep into the ground and be long disappeared before they reach the ocean.
Thank you, Mr. Granger. So seeing no other hands in the air, I will turn to committee. We have a resolution before us, R20. Director Salmon.
Yeah, this one's actually in Area A. So, you know, there's a lot of public interest. This is it's a huge amount that we talk about, 400,000 cubic meters, and by far the largest that we've looked at today. And I just want one more plug. I'll try it again, but I'd really like to refer this back so that we could have some transparency in the public that's interested in looking at the technical reports, which we have volunteers that are hydrogeologists and engineers and everything else in the community that are interested. I'd like to refer this back till we get that information, if I have a seconder to that.
We have a seconder. Is there any need for any further discussion on the propriety of referral? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor? Any opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The motion is defeated. Somebody want to move the resolution moved by Director Yanni Donardo, seconded by Director Kuhn, and that resolution is that it be recommended to the board that soil deposit permit SDC 20-05 PID 001170406 be issued.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, can we just do that last one again? Did I have the count wrong? 5-4.
Yeah, I had 5. No, well, let's do it again. So we had that. Oh, hang on, Director Ms. Harrison. Could you give us a count?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I had 4 in favor and 5 opposed. So
that was my count as well.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
So we have the resolution duly moved and seconded. I will call the question. All those in favor? All those opposed? Director Salmon opposed. Motion carries. That'll proceed through to the board meeting next week. We have R22, R23, and R24, and a closed session. We want to try and get through the next 3 before we break. No, we got people shaking their head. They need a break. We'll have a short, it's 6:28, come back at 6:40, and we probably won't take a break when we go into close. Don't forget to turn off your mic and your camera. to R22. R21 was deleted at the approval of the agenda. And we are now to R22, which I'm kind of thinking that since Mr. Farquhar is on our screen all of a sudden that he'll be introducing this item. Mr. Farquhar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This report from Tanya Soroka is in regards to an opportunity to add a segment on to the Satlam Greenway Initiative, which is part and parcel of the Electoral Area E Community Parks and Trails Master Plan. Through a development approval rezoning a number of years ago, known as the Satlam Couch Station Satlam Glenora Zoning Bylaw Amendment for Caremore Sales. The conditions of the bylaw provide for a residential lot being transferred to the regional districts out of every four lots that are created over and above 22. So a property recently came across the regional district as noted in the report, and there's an opportunity here to hive off a small portion of the residential lot to establish a connection to Don's Park from Hanks Road. That would be part and parcel with the Satlam Greenway in conjunction with a further rezoning that was approved for another property that will see some additional lands come across. And this would allow for a trail to be built from Don's Park over to Hanks Road. And what would be required, as noted in the report, is direction to approve through the board to subdivide the lot 5 for a small portion of lands to be added to Don's Park for this greenway. So that's the overall report, Mr. Chair. I'm happy to answer any questions the committee members may have.
Any questions for staff? I don't see Director Nicholson back online, but I would assume that you've had full-on discussions with Director Nicholson on this item and her Parks Commission. There she is. Director Nicholson, I'm looking for your input on R22. And if there's any questions, or would you like to move the recommended resolution in the agenda package? Where'd she go? Given it's Director Nicholson's area,
I can see my connection starting to go now.
Yep.
I'm move recommendation.
Thank you. Second by Director Haim. Any further discussion on the matter? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor?
Yeah, move it. Move the recommendation.
Yep, we're voting on it. All those opposed? None opposed. The motion carries. That'll go to the board on next Wednesday. Next item, R23, Parks and Trails Division. I gather that's Mr. Farquhar again.
Thank you,
Creek.
This is specific to a parcel of land to the east of our Inwood Creek Park in Electoral Area E, wishing to discharge some registered easements on their private property that are actually in favor of the land dedicated to CVRD for park purposes. And as noted in the report, there's through assessment, there's no value for the easements to the future of the park. It doesn't contribute to the Satlam Greenway Initiative, which will be connecting to the Cowichan Valley Trail north of Inwood Creek Park. So far of the recommendation that the board consider discharging these easements that are in favor of our parkland that are registered on Parcel D, Section 7 Seymour Land District, because they have no value for community parks in Area E.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Farquhar. I'm just looking at a couple of text messages from our failing bandwidth Director Nicholson, and she says, I have questions. Can we refer? And I think she wants to move a referral motion. Is that where you were going, Director Nicholson? So she nodded that she would like to refer this for some further questions and clarification. It's the will of the committee. She's moved that. I'll move that on her behalf. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Director Yanni DiNardo. Any discussions on the propriety of referral? Seeing none, I'll call a question. All those in favor? Any opposed? One opposed. Referral motion carries. Thumbs up, Director Nicholson? She can't hear me. Next item. R24. That is community planning. Who do we get for that one? Mr. Tippett.
Hello there, Mr. Chair.
Welcome.
And hello to the committee members. And boy, this is a long meeting, but there's lots of business. So I'll try to keep my verbal report here short. I don't have a presentation. It's essentially just a response to the committee direction some time ago. I can't remember how many meetings ago, it might be 3 meetings ago or so, to look into questions concerning suites in the regional districts, electoral areas, as well as the question about the plumbing requirements or limitations to the number of plumbed items in accessory buildings. So my report speaks to those issues, and I would say that Emily Dixon gave me a fair bit of help by contacting service providers, water services in particular, which is obviously relevant to the addition of suites to properties. And we got a mixed bag of responses, and the relatively limited action that I'm proposing in my recommended resolution is essentially taking account of the various limitations that require further discussion. And so the only thing I'm recommending we move forward with at the moment in respect of suites is doing so in Mill Bay in the village area in the highest density single family zones, where right now we have a 0.2 hectare minimum lot area requirement if one is connected to community sewer and community water and wants a suite. And that's a fairly restrictive standard compared to Couch and Bay Village, where we have no minimum parcel area requirements in respect of that. For the other areas, there may be some possibility of looking at changes, but I think it would require much more community engagement, in my opinion, and that's why you're not seeing any recommendations about other electoral areas in this particular case. And then respecting the plumbing fixture question, we investigated that further, and we've determined that, so far as we can tell, it's not really within the normal purview of a zoning bylaw to regulate the number of plumbing fixtures within a building. In fact, things within a building other than the use of the building itself are generally off limits for zoning. And so our recommendation is to eliminate that, and we'll try and use other methods to ensure that illegal suites don't crop up, although I know it can be a challenge. There are 3 bylaws that currently have plumbing fixture limits enshrined in their accessory building regulation, and they're listed under part 2 of my recommended resolution. So we're recommending that those be repealed, and also that a public hearing be waived for the above 2 items, and that all the other matters concerning affordable housing be referred to the modernized OCP project, which obviously includes zoning, because really it's a zoning matter. So that's what I'm going to say. I'm here to answer any questions that may arise, and the committee can then decide what to do.
Before I go to Director Kuhn, this technology thing is a bit of a pain, but acknowledging your report, and I think probably one of the most important parts is that number 4 for the modernized OCP and discussing some of those items. But I've got some input from Director Nicholson, who's having some technical difficulties about referring this. But if I'm reading the recommendation correctly, none of this applies to electoral area E at this point. So I'm just wondering, is there anybody that's really in a time crunch about getting this done? The reason why I ask this is we could pass this resolution. We could ask that it not go to the next board meeting, and that would give everybody lots of time to have further discussions with staff over the month of August before it goes to the next board. Does that make sense to people in general? Now, do I look to Director, or to, I just demoted her again, Ms. Harrison or Ms. Legault? Do you have any issues with us passing a resolution but having it go to not the 22nd but a subsequent board meeting?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you wish to have it go to a specific board meeting, you could put that it be recommended to the board on and the date.
First meeting in September. Yeah, fair enough. Director Acton, or no, Director Kuhn was first, sorry.
Can you ask if you could clarify why you're suggesting that?
Because Director Nicholson had wanted to follow up with a couple of items here. That's why I asked if anybody's in a rush to get this done. Oh no, she's just waved me off. Okay, so we can pass this resolution. It can go to the board next week. Director Kuhn, you're good? Okay.
No.
Okay, go
I
ahead.
have a question. Does this apply to when a new house is being built and there's an old residence there, and the rule used to be that, well, okay, you have to take the plumbing fixtures out or whatever in the old one, so it can't be used anymore? Does that kind of negate that?
Mr. Tippett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's a good question, Director Kuhn. It's really up to the building inspector to determine what constitutes decommissioning a dwelling in the scenario you're describing, Director Kuhn, where there's already an existing building, they build a new one, they're allowed to occupy the other one, then when the other one's finished, they have to decommission. The question of what decommissioning constitutes is, well, it needs to not be a dwelling. So how does one actually do that? I think I don't know if Ian is still on the call, but he might have some comments about that. But yeah, I mean, on the face of it, removing this plumbing fixture requirement from the 3 zoning bylaws where it currently exists technically might make that a bit more difficult. The bad side of the existing regulation is it's probably ultra vires. So if we were in a posture of trying to enforce using that regulation, we might find that we can't enforce it anyway. That was what our investigation revealed. But I think you've made a good point. That's probably why this policy and then a regulation were created in the first place, was to try and deal with that and other illegal suites.
Mr. McDonald?
Yes, to answer that question about decommissioning, so if it was not a requirement anymore for only 2-piece plumbing, then we would leave all the plumbing fixtures in, but we would make them remove the stove or any attachment to the 220 to the stove, or if it was propane, just so that the kitchen can be. So that would then be our only kicker that would determine whether or not it was a dwelling.
Director Kuhn?
Yeah, one of the problems is that people buy these properties with an existing old house, and they're then building a new residence, and they're renting the old one out, and yet according to the zoning, on properties that are less than an acre and that are not connected to sewer, which in Yubo very few properties are connected to a sewer system, you're not allowed to have that. So this is why I'm kind of wondering about that, because I know people are trying to get around that, and so my question is, does it kind of negate this whole process, or do we still kind of enforce that?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, as I said earlier, I think it, on the face of it, it would probably make it a bit more difficult, because as Ian was saying, it would mean that we'd have to rely on the kitchen appliances and the 220 volt wiring related to those to be the only thing. Having said that, we know there are illegal suites in a lot of areas right now. This issue is big. It's not going to go away. That's why we're recommending we do further research and engage with the communities on this very point in the modernization of the OCP, and also in the updating of the zoning at the same time. Easy answers are hard to come by. I think the economic reality is pushing people to want suites. We need to talk to the communities about what we think is technically possible based on servicing and what they're willing to accept. And I guess with this quick report that I've put together, there isn't really there aren't the resources right now to do that, but we definitely need to do it. So this is strictly an interim step. Repealing the plumbing regulation, I think it's probably best to be considered as a prudent thing to do just for legal reasons. I don't think that we could really rely on those existing regulations, despite the fact that they're in those 3 bylaws right now.
Thank you. I've got Director Smith, Yanni, DiNardo, Haim, me, and Wilson. Director Smith.
Thank you. I feel that we're kind of jumping in. We keep kind of moving in and out of and getting our fingers mixed into where we're trying to go with the modernization and the harmonization. We're asking staff to jump off and do something and then jump back in. And so we're diverting our attention and the staff's attention to actually moving along on our harmonized and modernized official community plan. I would prefer not to. I would prefer to move the Area G Saltaire zoning bylaw out of this particular recommendation to allow the Saltaire community to actually have a say in it. We don't know what they're looking for, what they feel, and it will just encourage more and more illegal suites. And yes, but we haven't even determined where we need our additional housing or how we're going to implement additional housing. That is all part of our moving forward with the MOCP. So I can't support a motion at this time that's going to encourage more illegal suites. Yes, we need affordable housing, but is it bringing illegal suites into our communities, having people that aren't insured, people that are living in conditions that are not actually safe? I mean, we've already had different the bylaw officers come before us and talk about illegal suites and the conditions that some of the people are in. So if we encourage it more, then I think we're taking on that responsibility for the liabilities that go with it. So I will be asking to have Area G removed from this recommendation, or I would move option 3. So do we have a recommendation on the floor at this time?
Well, no, we're posing questions to staff at this point, so we haven't even gone to a recommendation yet. So can you hold that thought? I'll come back to you when we've had the other questions from staff answered, or for staff answered. I've got Yanni, DiNardo, Haim, myself, Wilson, Acton, and so Director Yanni DiNardo. No Director Yanni DiNardo. Director Haim.
Thank you. Just a question with regards to your item number 4 in option 1, and it exists in the other ones. Recognizing the time frame that would possibly come with regards to modernization of the OCP, and if any issues, any challenges, any proposals come up in the meantime, does this not limit it and basically put a freeze on any sort of changes that may result from specific properties, for example? And I'm just wondering the reasoning for putting number 4 in there.
Mr. Chair, with your permission, thanks for the question. Yeah, it wasn't really intended to suggest that any other application that may come forward between, say, today, if this moves forward, or for that matter, doesn't move forward, and when eventually some sort of modernization project respecting suites is completed, would not be dealt with. It was really just intended to refer to those items that would otherwise have been action items in this report. So in other words, if I had recommended all 8 zoning bylaws be amended to in respect of suite regulations, just a general initiative. So if somebody comes forward, let's say with a new subdivision that is going to be engineered sewer wise and everything for suites, and it's all good, I don't see why that would in any way bring that particular part of the recommendation to bear. I don't believe it would be. It's not intended to, at least. Let me put it that way.
Okay, it's not intended to. Will it be interpreted possibly that way?
Certainly not by staff. This would just be a standing resolution, so it wouldn't appear in policy in any of the official plans, for example, saying, no consideration of suites shall be given until modernization is complete. It would not be policy. It's just in relation to the fact that the committee asks staff to do this bit of research. We've done it. Here's our conclusion respecting what otherwise would be deemed to be non-action items that are entrained within the report. So I see it as being nicely contained within that.
Okay, thank you very much.
So I've got myself on the list next, and yeah, I think this is pretty much what we asked of staff to come back with, and I'm just, in consideration of this, number 2 in the recommended option is simply just stating that we essentially have an unenforceable policy in place right now as far as the plumbing fixtures goes, and so let's get rid of it. We're not likely to enforce it if we were to have that scenario arise anyways. And why I think this is a completely appropriate resolution, as far as why I highlighted number 4, is, we haven't even discussed the Airbnb issue. And currently someone's got 2 fixtures and we tell them to take the 220 out for the stove. Well, they don't care. They can still operate their B&B or Airbnb for short-term rentals. So yeah, I absolutely believe that this is something that should be discussed in our modernized OCP when it comes to not only suites, but Airbnb. And, it's already hitting my community, where people that have invested in built infrastructure for the tourist industry are losing out because people are taking converted old houses or garages or carriage houses, and they're renting them out as Airbnb, and those businesses that are in the proper zone aren't being able to take advantage of them. So I'm comfortable with option 1, the recommended resolution, and that's all I need to say. So go to Director Wilson next, followed by Director Acton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm quite happy with option 1 as well. It's not often that I disagree with Director Smith, but in this particular case, it really has to be a collective here. And I hear the arguments about, some of the conditions and the safety and all the rest of it. Given the choice between nothing to live in and something which maybe doesn't meet all the conditions that we'd all like to have them meet, I know which one I'm going to take. So basically, let's go with option 1. Let's get people into housing. Even if it's not quite up to standard, it's better than nothing.
Thank you, Director Wilson. Director Acton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, and I think this report is exactly what we were looking for. It's just really simple, and we're not actually, wasting staff's time, because in my understanding was that by getting rid of this amendment that people have, or this variance that people have to come forward for additional fixtures, was actually, we'd never denied a single person, and it was just creating more work for staff anyway. And then now we're hearing that actually had no legal, any proper legal function, and it was created for a use that it's not working for. So yeah, obviously all these recommendations are good, and we should pass them today. And I don't think we're wasting our time and taking away time from the harmonized OCP, because who knows how long that could take. And this is some just housekeeping.
Thank you. So I said I would come back to Director Smith, and you had your hand up again. So go ahead, Director Smith.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. So I want to move an option 3, and I was told to wait. And now, have we somehow moved option number 1?
No.
Okay. So if we move option 1, I would like to amend it to remove the area G. So zoning bylaw number 2524, electoral area G, Saltaire Gulf Islands. I would like that removed from that option if the others feel that they'd like to remain in this.
So procedurally, I will, and I'm sure Ms. Harrison will correct me if I'm wrong, but I do believe we need to have a resolution on the floor, and then we can have an amendment resolution put to that. So it would be, I think, appropriate to move option 1. And before we go to a vote, then we call on Director Smith to move forward in an amending motion. Is that correct, Ms. Harrison? That's correct. So do we have a mover for option 1? Moved by Director Salmon, seconded by Director Wilson. So before we go any further, I will go to Director Smith. And Director Smith, you would like to?
I would like to amend the recommendation and remove zoning bylaw number 2524, electoral area G, Saltaire Gulf Islands.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded by Director Wilson. Any discussion on the amendment? Call the question on the amendment. All those in favor? Any opposed? The amendment carries. So the main motion, excluding the reference to electoral area G. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. I believe that takes us to the end of our regular agenda items. I would like to remind anyone that is very late and sitting in front of their computer wanting to torture us a little longer that they can send any questions to the Legislative Services, all one word, at cvrd.bc.ca. And we will now, I believe, go to question period. I say that in jest, but it has been a very, very long day. And so I believe, Ms. Harrison, does that take us? We know unfinished business, no new business. It takes us to question period. So Ms. Harrison, do you have any questions from members of the public for the chair today?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have none.
You better double check to make sure your computer's working, because that can't be right. Wow. Okay, well, we'll take it when we got it. Okay. Smoke them if you got them. Is that what it is? Okay. So with that, I do believe it would be appropriate to take entertain a resolution to resolve into closed session under section 90, the subsections listed below. Moved by Director Acton, seconded by Director Kuhn. Any discussion? Call the question. All in favor? Any opposed? None opposed. The motion carries. Ms. Harrison, Ms. Legault, do we have to sign out and sign back in under the closed?
That's correct.
Okay. Everybody knows your instructions. Sign out, close out of this meeting, go back in under the closed. It should be in your calendar. See you in a moment.